So first of all, Canada is a very interesting country. You know, it has a lot of different provinces in Canada, and Canada welcomes many visitors to Canada yearly, and there are lots of things to do in Canada. So this is a map of Canada with that is broken down into the different provinces in Canada, because we have 10 provinces and we have 3 territories. And this is going to come relevant later on in the presentation when we're going to be looking at some options for working in Canada. Now, what documents would you need to travel to Canada? Now, most Barbadians, we are visa exempt from, having to obtain a visitor visa to come to Canada. So we would need an electronic travel authorization. But persons that are from countries that are not visa exempt, they would need what we call a visitor visa. And I have the prices here for the visitor visa and the electronic travel authorization. The visitor visa is usually $100 through the government of Canada, and the electronic travel authorization is usually $7. Both of them you apply for them through the government of Canada at www.canada.ca. Or you can mail your applications to the nearest Canadian High Commission that processes temporary resident applications. Now, in terms of applying for the ETA, many of us, it is a seminar put on by the Barbados Consulate. And as I said, Barbadians, they don't need a visitor visa to actually enter Canada. What they need is an electronic travel authorization. And as I said, you apply for this document through the IRCC. And this document is a document that is attached electronically to your passport and is usually valid for 5 years or until the expiry of your passport, whichever comes first. Now, for the ETA, the purpose of the ETA is for the Canadian government to gather information on when you're going to travel to Canada. So they would want personal details like your name, your date of birth, your dates of travel, if you have any criminal convictions, or they want you to disclose if you have any serious medical conditions. All of these they take into consideration when you're coming into Canada. Now, in terms of applying for the visitor visa, as I said, this is for persons that are not visa exempt. So there are many different other Caribbean countries that are not visa exempt, so they would have to apply for a visitor visa. And the visitor visa is a different type of application, is a little more complex, but you do apply for it through www.canada.ca, which is the government's website. And for this visitor visa, you have to submit like immigration forms, you have to submit some documentation like your passports and documents to show your ties to your country of origin, and also pay the government processing fees of $100. Now, after you arrive in Canada, what next? What do you expect when you arrive in Canada? Now, the first thing is traveling to Canada. And then when you actually get to Canada, you are met by an immigration officer or customs officer. Now, you haven't, usually when you enter Canada, you're having an examination by these immigration and customs officers. Sometimes they could be a little intimidating. Sometimes they're extremely friendly. But the important thing is that you are to remain, calm. You're to remain truthful. You should not give them any kind of indication that you want to overstay in Canada or you're not sure when you're going to return home. You have to, they're going to ask you questions about your stay, where you're going to stay, and you should always answer them truthfully. Now, in the event that any kind of problems arise, and they always ask you, if you would like to have some kind of legal counsel or some kind of legal representation, it's always good to choose to do so, just so that you could be, on the right path and be protected. And also, if you don't understand something from these officers, you could always ask for clarification. You should always ask for clarification. Now, in terms of visiting Canada and, being inside Canada, some people, they get to Canada and, they initially want to stay, for a couple of weeks, and then they see how beautiful Canada is, and they want to stay longer. If you want to be in Canada and you want to stay longer as a visitor, there is the option to stay longer. Most visitors can legally stay for 6 months, or sometimes the border services officers or customs officers might stamp your passport, and they might stamp your passport with a particular date that is less than 6 months. When they do this, this particular stamp takes precedence over the 6 months, but the general rule is that visitors can stay in Canada for 6 months. Once you're in Canada for 6 months and you want to stay longer, you can then look for options to extend your status, or look for other options in Canada. Now, in terms of, like I said, staying longer in Canada, you could apply for an extension through www.canada.ca. And you could also apply for a study or work permit if you meet the specific requirements for the study or work permit, as we're going to get to later on in this presentation. And obviously for the government of Canada, there's a fee for the study and the work permit, fees that could range between $150 to $255 Canadian. So also, if you want to, some people, if they want to stay in Canada, they may want to seek out permanent residence options that might be available for them within Canada itself. Now, COVID measures and visitors. Now, as we know, the global pandemic, COVID has, changed everything. It has really changed the immigration landscape. Most of the information I'll be discussing is more general in nature, but I try to put in, those little COVID measures that we have to look out for so that we have some sense of direction. Now, with respect to visitors, right now, Canada's borders are currently closed for non-essential and for non-essential travel. But with respect to applying for a visitor visa or an ETA, if you feel as though, when COVID clears up and you want to travel to Canada, you can definitely still apply for this, for your visitor visa or ETA through the immigration website. But only certain people can travel to Canada at this time. The persons that can travel to Canada at this time are usually foreign nationals that are reunited with their family members in Canada who are already Canadian citizens, permanent residents, or registered Indians. When we're talking about family members, it is defined in a very particular way. So we have in immigration, we call them, immediate family members or extended family members. So the immediate family members would be like your spouse, your common law partner, your dependent children, and your extended family members would be like anybody you're involved with in an exclusive dating relationship. It could be your grandparents. But these are the extended family members. Now, the immediate family members, the Canadians and permanent residents and registered Indians, they could just, they're exempted from having any kind of authorization. But persons that are extended family members, they need to get written authorization from IRCC before they could travel to Canada. If you don't get that written authorization, you're not able to board the flight from, say, Barbados or anywhere else. Now, if there's also the option to reunite with temporary residents. So those of us who have loved ones in Canada that are studying and working, you can also at this time reunite with your family members. But again, you need written authorization from IRCC to do so. Some international students can travel to Canada at this time, and also workers that are traveling up to Canada with job offers already and who have the specific authorization, like a work permit, who normally live in Canada, can also travel to Canada. Everybody else, unfortunately, they have to wait until the borders reopen. Now, studying in Canada. Now, why study in Canada? Now, studying in Canada is a really good opportunity because they have a lot of great educational programs in Canada. The studying in Canada can prepare you for your integration into the Canadian job market. Most of the post-secondary programs in Canada lead to an eligibility for open work permits after you study, and students can work even while they're studying. So international students are able to transition into permanent residence relatively easy. And you would find that the Canadian immigration system is they love to have international students. They make that pathway, which is very different to other countries like the UK or like the United States. Like when you study in Canada, you actually have, a direct pathway that you could get permanent residence. So for anybody that is interested in migrating to Canada and they want to, explore education as an option, studying in Canada is one of the best ways that you could do so. Now, choosing a program or school in Canada. Now, international students, first of all, they have to choose a program that is designated by the government of Canada. And these designated schools are called designated learning institutions. And you have these designated learning institutions are basically have been vetted and designated for international students to go to these institutions. So all primary and secondary schools in Canada are already designated. And then there are several post-secondary schools, like colleges, universities, private career colleges, that are designated as well. So international students can go to these schools, and especially with the post-secondary schools, then they could, get work permits and then transition into permanent residence. Now, as I said before, a designated learning institution, if you're going to apply for a study permit and you're an international student, you have to apply through a DLA. And of course, everything goes through www.canada.ca. You'll see me mentioning that website a lot because that is the main website that we use. And in the event that you're interested in studying to Canada and you would like to know if the particular school that you're interested in is a DLA, you could go to the website. I have a shot of it here. You could go to the website, you could select what province you would like to go to, and then you could look at the schools in that province to see if they are designated. If they're not designated, it's not a good idea to even apply because you wouldn't be able to get a study permit. Now, study permit exemptions. There are some persons in Canada that can study in Canada without applying for a study permit. We have preschool, so children that are really young and they're in preschool, like pre-kindergarten, they usually don't need study permits. Persons that are studying some kind of course for self-improvement, like if you're doing a course, like say in a second language, like Canada is bilingual. So if you are English speaking and you want to do a course in French, or if you are, French speaking, you want to do a course in English, those courses generally don't need a study permit. Even if you're doing distance learning as well, like learning online, you don't need a study permit. Audited courses, like persons that want to do professional courses and audited courses, again, no study permit. Minor children who are already in Canada, they too are exempt from having a study permit. And if you are a family member of like a diplomat or private staff of accredited foreign representative. So members of the armed forces, like the armed Canadian forces are members of the army, their family members and themselves are exempt from having study permits. And then if you, of course, study a program that is 6 months or less. Now, studying a program that is 6 months or less, you don't necessarily need a study permit, but because we're living in the times of COVID, the government is a little bit more meticulous. They want to really vet everybody. They want to make sure that when you're coming to Canada, you are coming to Canada for an essential purpose. So at the moment, when you're applying for a program that is 6 months or less, even though usually you wouldn't need a study permit, nowadays you would need a study permit as a result because of COVID. Now, registered Indians, when you hear registered Indians are just, First Nations persons that are coming to Canada from, any particular place that has a designation for registered Indians. Now, if you are coming to Canada and you are studying for 6 months or less, you have to apply for a study permit, and more importantly, you need to attend a DLA with what we call a COVID-19 readiness plan that is approved by a particular province. And this is going to come up as we go a little further through. You won't be able to travel to Canada if your DLA isn't on that approved list. Now, applying to Canadian schools, how do you apply? This is usually the next major question. The next major step is how do you get there? How does it come from just being an idea to actually studying and actually applying for a Canadian school? Now, applying for a Canadian school sometimes could be complex. The first thing you need to do is look for a program of your choice. You need to look for a college that interests you, and you should prepare your portfolio. So you should prepare all the necessary documents that you would need to apply, and you should be applying probably like 6 months in advance of the term that you would like to undertake your studies. Now, with respect to post-secondary programs, like if you're doing a master's or you're doing a bachelor's, you should be preparing your applications a year in advance. and you should, you know, contact the schools that you want to apply to. So you go on the website, you know, you pull them up, you contact these schools, you actively find out what are the requirements for you to study at those schools, and then you start to plan accordingly. So, you know, you would look into the costs, you would look into the tuition fees, you know, like what kind of health insurance you would need in Canada. You will look into your rent, you know, how much it would cost, you know, to live in Canada. You know, look to see if there's any other requirements needed to study at that particular school, and then, you know, you would proceed with applying. Now, the types of schools that you should consider. Now, because in Canada we have, you know, immigration and moving to Canada is a big thing. When you are considering schools in Canada, you should be looking for DLAs that are eligible for post-graduation work permit, especially if you are looking to move to Canada permanently and you're looking to, you know, build on your Canadian experience and so on. So you would be actively looking for schools that would qualify you to get what we call that post-graduation work permit to work after you're done school. So the schools that, you know, actually offer this are usually public post-secondary schools like colleges or trade and technical schools, or private post-secondary schools that operate under the same rules and laws as public schools. Now, in this time, we have a lot of private colleges, you know, trying to recruit and trying to get individuals to go to these particular colleges. But it's very important that you cross-reference your colleges with the government website to make sure that they are DLA, first of all, and they are eligible for that post-graduation work permit. So the DLA list that I pulled up a couple slides before, that same DLA list on the government website will show you what schools are designated by the government, and then it will also show you what schools offer the programs that make you eligible for that post-graduation work permit. It's also important to look for schools that it's also important to look for schools that, you know, have programs that are leading to a degree. So even if you're doing a particular program that is a diploma or certificate and is not leading to a degree, if the school that you're going to has programs that are leading to a degree, is a high likelihood that this particular school would be eligible for a post-graduation work permit. Now, when you're looking at the types of school to consider when you're moving to Canada, especially, you want to get a program that is at least 8 months or longer in duration. Now, here are some popular post-secondary institutions in Ontario, because, you know, Ontario is the province that where we're at in Toronto, and, you know, it is a nice province. So here I've pulled up some schools that I know for sure, you know, give the opportunity for individuals to apply for the post-graduation work permit once they're done. Some of you may be familiar with these colleges, and who are not familiar with these colleges, you can definitely look them up after the seminar. Now, here are some universities. The first slide was colleges, and here are some universities that also, you know, where persons have no issues with getting the post-graduation work permit. Now, in Barbados, we do have some student support where persons that are interested in studying to Canada, you know, can contact the company called the Student Center, and they are, you know, they give academic advising, career counseling, and they do school placement. So they do recruitment, you know, they evaluate you, they actually hold your hand through the process of applying for the schools. Especially like placing in the schools, the requirements and the application process for actually applying for the schools, they can assist with that help. Now, here I have the steps for applying for the study permit if you're applying from outside Canada. The first thing, and I just condensed everything that I just spoke about in a couple steps for you to, you know, to take away with you. The first step is that you should search for a program that interests you. So you should search and apply for that particular program of interest. Then step 2 is to receive the acceptance letter from the institution. So once you have applied and you have gone through the necessary evaluations, you would then, once you're successful, you would receive your acceptance letter from the institution. And then in step 3 would be sourcing your funding for tuition, your travel and your maintenance. This is usually like the hardest part, but I will tell you that sourcing your funding, for living in Canada, it may be a very expensive, it might be a very expensive venture upfront, but given the opportunities in the Canadian immigration system as it relates to studies, it is definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. So once you have sourced your funding, you should then be ready to apply for your study permit from immigration. And again, it's the same consistent website. And you could apply for the study permit from immigration. And if you need assistance, sometimes it's always good to apply, to get the help of a legal counsel or get the help of an immigration consultant or somebody in the field that deals with immigration. Once that application process is done and you're successful and you receive your approval and your letter of introduction from immigration, you are then, you're then issued your particular letter of introduction, and you're given, if you're from like a country like Barbados that is visa exempt, you get your ETA automatically attached to your passport. And if you are from a visa required country where you need a visa, they would give you the necessary visa to travel to Canada. Once you get your ETA, your visa, and your letter of introduction, you should be ready to travel to Canada. And once you travel to Canada, you have an kind of like an examination by an immigration officer once you enter the country, and they basically would then issue you your study permit at the port of entry, when you enter Canada. Now, who can apply for a study permit from inside Canada? Now, the steps that I went through previously are persons that are applying for study permits from outside Canada. And then there are persons that are already inside Canada and can apply for a study permit when they're actually in the country. So if you are a student that you already have a valid study permit and you want to extend that study permit, or if you're a worker and you see a program that you're interested in and you want to kind of swap over from working to studying, you can apply for a study permit. If you have a spouse or common law partner or a parent who has a valid study permit or work permit, you can have, there's the opportunity to apply for a study permit from within Canada. If you're a minor child at a primary or secondary school, you could apply from within Canada. Exchange students can apply. And usually if you're completing a short-term course or study or program, and you're required to be accepted at a DLA. Now, with persons that are applying for permanent residence, sometimes when you're applying for permanent residence, especially if your family members are on the application and the permanent residence isn't finalized as yet, you have the opportunity to have those family members apply for study permits or in some cases work permits, which we will discuss a little further down, but they have the option to also apply for a study permit, from within Canada. And if you are the spouse or common law partner or a child of like athletes or a member of the clergy, you could also apply for a study permit from within Canada. Right now, because of COVID, persons that are visiting Canada and they're actually inside Canada are able to apply for a study permit from within Canada as well. Normally, you're encouraged to apply from outside, but because, all the travel restrictions and people having, difficulty in terms of their mobility, they can actually apply for the study permit from within Canada as well. Okay. Now, the need to know for international students, especially the students at post-secondary institutions. Now, when you're an international student, you're given certain privileges unless it is specifically prohibited by the Canadian government. Now, most international students can work for 20 hours per week during their academic sessions. So while you're studying, you're actually able to work, while you're studying part-time. And once you're not in school, like regular academic sessions, and you're on those scheduled breaks like winter break and summer break, you can work full-time. You can also work full-time when you're about to apply for that post-graduation work permit after you have completed your studies and you're awaiting your decision. International students that are in Canada and they're looking, if their study permit is about to end, they could always extend their study permit to do further studies, or they could, decide to apply for the work permit, to get into the area of working in Canada. Now, the COVID measures as it relates to students. So as I said, COVID has really changed the game in immigration right now. It's only temporary, but there's definitely a lot of leeway with respect to temporary residents in Canada as a result of COVID. So right now, a COVID measure, if you want to travel to Canada as a student, you must hold a valid study permit, or you must have a letter of introduction from the visa office. So this would mean that you have to be an existing an existing person that is already studying in Canada, and you have a study permit and you're traveling back, or you are a person that is now applying for a study permit and you have your letter of introduction to produce at the visa office. Now, the school you're attending has to be a DLA with a COVID-19 readiness plan. And this information can also be found on the immigration website, www.canada.ca. There is a list of schools. You can just, go to that particular part on the website and you type in your school, and, you would see if your school has an eligible COVID-19 readiness plan that would allow you to travel to Canada. If the school that you're attending does not have a COVID-19 readiness plan, unfortunately, you're not able to travel to Canada. You will be turned back. You may not be able to board the flight. If you are able to board your flight to Canada, you will be turned back at the border. Now, more than likely, if you have all these things like a study permit, or you have a letter from the visa office, or your school has a COVID-19 readiness plan, you will be allowed to enter Canada, but the final determination is always left up to the port of entry officer. Now, when you're traveling to Canada, whether you're a student, whether you're a worker, whether you are, a visitor, the end decision always ends with that port of entry officer that you're going to be interviewing at the port of entry. So they have they have a lot of discretionary powers, and they could choose to let you into Canada, or they could refuse you entry. In my experience, persons are only usually refused if there is something wrong, but for most persons they would allow you to enter Canada. So if you are in Canada, you don't have to give your biometrics. Now, we know that right now we're living in a very high security era. So biometrics is an integral part of applying for Canada, is integral in when you're applying as a temporary resident, like a worker, student, or visitor. And it's also integral when you're applying for permanent residence. So for right now, if you are an international student in Canada, you don't have to give your biometrics if you're applying for like a work permit or so on. But if you're outside Canada, Canada is well aware that everywhere is not affected as badly as Canada, and there's some countries that actually have COVID under control. So there's some VAT offices that have resumed their services, and in Barbados, the VAT office in Barbados has resumed their biometrics collection on April 15th, 2021. So for persons that are outside Canada, you still have to give your biometrics. If you don't give if you're not able to give your biometrics, you have to give IRCC immigration a written explanation as to why you're not able to get your biometrics. Now, the post-graduation work permit eligibility. I have been speaking about the post-graduation work permit a lot because, like I said, this is the key. This is the ticket, for international students once they have finished their studies, to get that necessary Canadian work experience, and also, apply for permanent residence. Now, for post-graduation work permits, you have 180 days after you have completed your program. And usually the completion of your program is determined by the final marks that you have received from your college. So you have 180 days, which is a lot of time, to decide whether you want to stay in Canada and work. For post-graduation work permit eligibility, one of the things that they're particularly strict with is your valid temporary resident status. So a lot of international students, by the time they come to the end of their studies, sometimes they may not have any status. Their study permit may be expiring. If your study permit is expiring, you have the opportunity to apply for the post-graduation work permit. And then, or you have the opportunity to, change your status from a student to a visitor and apply for the post-graduation work permit. Or you can choose to leave Canada and apply for the post-graduation work permit, but you always have to do so within 180 days. If you wait past that 180 days, it becomes incredibly difficult to apply for the post-graduation work permit. Also, with respect to the programs that you attend, again, you have to make sure that the programs that you attend are eligible for the post-graduation work permit. So the institution that you go to, it has to be an eligible institution. Your program has to be at least 8 months long. So you have to have a program that's 8 months or longer, and your program would have had to lead to a degree, a diploma, or certificate. While you're studying, you should maintain full-time status as a student in Canada. But because of COVID, we're seeing so many different exemptions being made because, things have naturally been out of anyone's control. So usually, you're supposed to maintain full-time status as a student, but obviously if you're a student that was affected by COVID and you weren't able to, complete your studies, in time, or you weren't able to be full-time at, consistently throughout your studies, immigration will definitely take that into consideration. Now, international students have to make sure that they're not inadmissible to Canada. And some of you may have heard this term before. When you're inadmissible to Canada, it means that, there's some kind of criminality or some kind of misrepresentation, or there's something amiss with your immigration file. So it's very important that, they keep a squeaky clean, they keep a squeaky clean record so that, it wouldn't affect their ability to remain in Canada or, travel to Canada in the future. Now, the duration of the post-graduation work permit. Now, post-graduation work permits are open work permits. So it means that it allows the applicants to work full-time. It allows them to work part-time. It allows them to be self-employed. It allows them to work, for any employer in Canada, with some exceptions. And they can be granted for up to 3 years, depending on how long you studied. So for a post-graduation work permit, if you studied a program that is between 8 months and 2 years, the length of your work permit should be the same as your program length. Sometimes I've seen some work permits a little bit longer. Sometimes I've seen them never shorter. I've seen like people study for 8 months and get like 11 months or even a year. But immigration usually sticks to between the 8 months and 2 years. They usually stick to granting that work permit within the program length. And for master's programs that are between 16 months and 23 months, obviously is less than 2 years, but because they're studying a master's, they're given 3 years. And then for programs that are 2 years and longer, you get a post-graduation work permit for 3 years. So 3 years is the maximum that you're given on any post-graduation work permit. And as you can see, if you're an international student and you're able to work while you're in school part-time, and then after you finish, you're able to get, a 3-year work permit, you can see the benefits of, having that work experience and then transitioning into permanent residence when the time is right. Now, COVID measures and post-graduation work permits, because many international students in Canada, like they migrate to Canada to get this post-graduation work permit. The government has certainly not left them out in terms of the COVID measures. So we have seen some unprecedented COVID measures as it relates to post-graduation work permits. So students now whose post-graduation work permits are going to expire or they have expired, they're eligible for an additional open work permit for up to 18 months. If they apply before July 27th, 2021. I think this is quite amazing because post-graduation work permits, prior to COVID, they're non-extendable. So you usually can't get an extension on the post-graduation work permit, but because of COVID, they understand that a lot of international students, have had hardship with respect to employment and so on. So international students, they can now extend their post-graduation work permit for up to 18 months. Now, also, which is another unprecedented, measure from COVID, is that students can still be eligible for their post-graduation work permit if they completed 100% of their studies online from outside Canada. Now, this is significant because with the post-graduation work permit and studying in Canada, is always tied to your presence in Canada. So usually, they would give you the length of your post-graduation work permit based on your program and based on the time that you spend in Canada. So persons that did a mixture of like distance learning and learning physically in Canada, sometimes the post-graduation work permit portion would only count for the portion of studies that they have done from their being physically present in Canada. But because of COVID and many international students being stranded across borders, they have made this concession for international students to complete their studies outside Canada, and all online studies between spring 2020 when COVID started and December 2021 would count towards the length of the post-graduation work permit. So those international students who are outside and they're wondering, if their studies are going to count for the post-graduation work permit, as long as your studies are between that particular period, it would definitely count towards your post-graduation work permit. So at this time, they're counting your presence outside Canada as if you were inside Canada. Now, also, with respect to applying for a study permit. Now with COVID, we see persons are, even beginning their studies before they actually formally apply for a study permit. Unfortunately, if you begin your studies before applying for a study permit, only the portion of your studies that you did while you actually had were granted that study permit will be counted towards the post-graduation work permit. And this particular concession has a it has an expiry date. So international students basically have to make sure that the period that is counted for inside Canada as if they're outside Canada as if they're inside Canada is before December 31st, 2021. Any period after December 31st, 2021, it would not be counted. Okay. Do we have, sorry, Mr. Gibbs, do we have any questions about students at the moment?
Chantel, let's take some questions there. Thank you very much.
Okay. No problem.
So I have about 3 questions. First question is from Tricia.
Okay.
As a student who just completed an 8-month graduate certificate in Canada, what would allow me to qualify for the new pathway for international graduates? So she says my preceding education is from Barbados. So she just completed an 8-month graduate program in Canada.
Okay.
And she wants to know how can she qualify to transition for work permit for new pathway. So she wants to transition to a work permit.
Okay. So We will discuss that next week, because next week is actually dealing with permanent residence, anything permanent. But I will ask one question: is she in Canada or is she elsewhere? If she is in Canada at the moment, there is the high possibility of qualifying for permanent residence. If she is outside Canada, she has to make her way inside Canada first of all to be eligible. Okay,
I
but
get,
we
I
will
get the
go through that.
I get the impression she's in Canada. She says
Okay.
here in Canada.
Okay,
She's in
so
Canada.
she could stay tuned for next week. Next week we'll be going through that particular measure, because that is very important for a lot of our international students.
So let's go to this next question. It takes from the same person. She says, if she asks, so if I have to leave Canada briefly to return to Barbados for the passing of a loved one, would my study permit be enough to re-enter the country with the borders, with the border closures?
No, because if she's finished her studies and she's no longer a student, she should be applying for some kind of, you know, post-graduation work permit. Once she applies for that post-graduation work permit and she has the confirmation that she has applied for that, you know, she could try entering Canada, but right now is just really risky, because she's in limbo. You know, she's not a student, she's not a worker, and right now for those persons that are, you know, coming up to Canada as international students, they have to show that they are a student, and they have to show that, you know, they're currently in school. So if an officer stops her and, you know, the officer, you know, asks her about her studies and she's no longer studying, the officer has grounds to turn her back. So I'm sorry for your loss, but I don't think it's a good idea to return back home at this time from an immigration, you know, perspective. In terms of the climate and what's happening, it is not advisable.
What if she has a job offer?
If she
Would
has a job,
that make a difference?
if she has a job offer, then she can. So we'll be discussing that in the next segment when we're looking at working in Canada. Yeah.
Okay, that's it for now. I'll monitor. Oh, that's one question. I think you may, Shontel, this may relate to next week as well. Says here, person is referring to the recent permanent resident provision that was offered to international students.
Okay.
She notes the program is expected to last until November, or until they get 40,000 international students.
Yes.
So this person's program will finish in August. She wants to know if she can apply before she completes the program, or she has to complete the program first in order to take advantage.
She has to complete the program. You have to complete the program before you apply. But like I said, next week, you know, I'm going to dedicate, because we're getting so many questions on that, I'm going to dedicate some time that we could really help our international students out in terms of what they need to do to qualify for that program. But yes, to answer that question, she should finish the program first.
One last question before we continue. Person asks, how long before the start of my course should I apply for my study permit?
Okay, sorry, can you ask me that again?
How long before the start of the course should the person apply? Should a person apply for the study permit? So
okay.
Yeah.
So they should be applying for the study permit. Like if the course is going to start in, say, September, they should be applying from, you know, they could apply from January or from the year before. For most post-secondary courses, you would say apply a year before. If they're going to a college and they're doing a diploma, they could risk, you know, applying 6 months before. But 6 months before you start. With COVID, you know, now I would say apply well in advance. So a year, 8 months before. Just because, you know, there's no telling on the processing times at this moment.
All right, this one we're saying that's one last one.
Okay, sure.
This person says, well, the person seems to be in Canada. It says, I need to extend my study permit. My next semester will start January 2022. Do I need to apply for a visitor's visa to stay in Canada until then?
So that question, I think I'm not able to answer that question, because I think some information is missing in there. Yes. that particular person, I don't know, I would like to have a consultation with that person to answer that question in depth, because I do think I would need more information in
Okay.
order to properly answer that question.
Right, right. Well, you did put you did give you at the start of the your lecture, you did provide you a contact information there. I
Yes,
recall.
I will, once we get to the end, I will pull it back up again for anybody that needs to ask me any questions, one-on-one, that I could get more information to guide them accordingly.
Okay, but let's continue.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so working in Canada. Now, most foreign nationals in Canada need authorization to work in Canada, but some are exempt from this requirement. So just like how we have students that are, some students that are exempt from having a study permit, we have persons that, want to work in Canada that are exempt from having to have a work permit. Now, what I find about the categories of persons that are exempt are persons that are not entering the Canadian labor market. So for instance, like a performing artist, the person is going to perform and then they're going to leave, a public speaker or a business visitor, a crew member. So most of the positions that, don't require you to get a work permit in Canada, are usually positions where you're actually not entering into the Canadian workforce. Now, with respect to applying for work authorization in Canada, namely a work permit, there is a general eligibility for persons that are applying for work permits. In general, there's some things that you have to make sure that you have under control before you even attempt to apply. So you have to make sure that you could show immigration that you're going to leave Canada at the end of your stay. Sometimes this could be very difficult to do, especially for international students, but the rule is that if you're a temporary resident, you should be entering Canada, doing what you have to do in Canada, and then leaving Canada. So immigration automatically makes the assumption that persons want to stay in Canada and overstay in Canada. So in order to be successful in applying for any kind of temporary resident document, you need to show immigration that you're prepared to leave Canada at the end of your stay. You have to show that you have the funds to take care of yourself and your family members, and you're able to return home. So even if you're, applying to work, you have to show that you have some kind of plan and you have funds that you can take care of your family. You have to satisfy them that you're not a criminal, that there's no record of criminality, and sometimes immigration can ask you for a police clearance certificate, to validate that you don't have any criminal record. No, you can't be a danger to Canada's security. So like you can't be a terrorist or a spy. Those are not the type of persons that they like to encourage. And then you have to be in good health. And usually they would ask you for a medical exam. So from my experience, a lot of persons from Barbados are, they don't request, a medical exam from a lot of Barbadians. But for other countries, they can, request a medical exam. Now, you have to show that you don't plan to work for a non-compliant employer. So not all employers in Canada are good employers. Some are in immigration's bad books and they're blacklisted. They're not able to hire any temporary workers. So if you submit an application for immigration and any of these employers are, offering you a job, they would automatically refuse that application. And another criteria is that you must show that you're not planning to offer striptease or erotic dances or any kind of escort services. You would find almost on every single work permit document, it would always have on the bottom that, you must show that you're prohibited from offering this type of employment. And in the event that the officers have received your documentation, but they think that is not sufficient, you have to show, if they ask you to show more documents to prove that you can enter Canada, you should be prepared to give them whatever documentation they need. A failure to do so would result in a refusal. Now, applying for a work permit inside, just like how we have persons who can apply for study permits from within Canada, we do have persons that, could apply for work permits from inside Canada. So you have if you have a valid study or work permit, you could apply for a work permit from within Canada. Again, if your spouse or common law partner or your parents already have work permits, you're encouraged, you could get a work permit from within Canada. If you are applying for a post-graduation work permit, that is one type of work permit that is given from within Canada. If you have a temporary resident permit, that is valid for 6 months or more. Now, temporary resident permits are like special permits, and they're given in because of any kind of inadmissibility or any kind of serious medical condition that you may have. Anybody that is not able to apply for a regular visitor visa or a regular study permit or a regular work permit, they could apply for a temporary resident permit. And once you have that temporary resident permit and is valid for 6 months, or is valid for 6 months or more, you could apply for a work permit. Now, if you're waiting on a decision from immigration on a permanent resident application, again, you could apply for a work permit. And then if you claim for refugee protection, so for persons that are in Canada and they have sought, asylum, which we will speak about next week, they can apply for a work permit from within Canada. And if you are allowed to work in Canada without a work permit, like the list that we saw of persons are exempt, and you're allowed to work without a work permit, but you want to get a work permit because you want the flexibility of moving in and out, coming in and outside of Canada with little hassle, you can apply for a work permit within Canada. And then if you're coming under a country, under a particular agreement where Canada has with, another country, like how we have CUSMA, which was formerly NAFTA between, Canada, Mexico, and the USA, those persons could apply for work permits from within Canada. Because of COVID, as I said before, when we were talking about the visitors in Canada can now apply online for any type of employer-specific work permits. We'll get to what employer-specific work permits are, and they could basically, apply for work permits from within Canada. Now, applying for a work permit outside Canada, namely if you're applying from Barbados. Now, if you're applying for a work permit from outside, you are always encouraged to apply for your work permits on the government website, which is www.canada.ca. But once you launch that online application, the work permits go to the visa office in Trinidad. That is where the processing is. So in the event that, there's any issues with the application, or you need to follow up, to find out, about a decision that has been made, or find out about the processing, it is usually the Trinidadian High Commissioner Canada in the High Commissioner Canada in Trinidad that deals with the work permits. They process the work permits for Barbadian nationals that are applying outside Canada. And when you're applying for a work permit through the visa office, it is very important, like I said before, is encouraged that you submit the application online. And once you submit this application online, it goes to the appropriate visa office. So if you're a person that is Barbadian and you're applying online, without a doubt, your work permit is going to go to the Trinidad visa office. If you're applying somewhere else in the world, like say India, your work permit is going to go to the corresponding visa office, depending on your geographical location or depending on your nationality. So when you're applying for these work permits from outside Canada, it's very important that you have all the necessary information to consider. It's important that you have all the necessary information. So you should have like your immigration forms. You should always have a valid passport, employer documents, so the contract from the employer, job offer letters. You should have your resumes, any evidence that you have the requirements to meet that job, and then you could have letters of recommendation from your current or past employers. Now, sometimes they could ask for additional information. Like I said before, Canada wants to make sure that persons that are coming to Canada, they have no criminal record. So they could request police certificates for persons that are, their spouses or common law partners of skilled workers or students. They would have to show proof of their relationship. And then if you're a professional, they would want to show they would want you to show proof of your licensure. And then if you're applying from like what we call intra-company, so if you're going from a Barbadian company that has an affiliation with a Canadian company, they would want to see your employer documents about the two companies' relationship. And postdoctoral fellows and researchers, they would want evidence of their research and like their research proposal. Now, if you're married, when you're applying for immigration, if you're married or if you're in common law union, you should always show documentation to support marriage or any kind of common law union. Now, the types of work permits that you could get in Canada. Now, there are two types of work permits that we usually get in Canada. We have open work permits, which is kind of like we discussed one type of open work permit before, which is the post-graduation work permit. An open work permit allows you to work for any employer in Canada, except for non-compliant employers and employers that offer escort services, as I said before. And then you have employer-specific work permits that allow you to work for specific employers, according to the particular conditions of that particular work permit. So for employer specific work permits, your work permits could have the name of the employer, how long you can work, and the location where you're going to work in Canada. And here we have what a work permit document usually looks like, at the bottom. Now, who can apply for open work permit? I think that ultimately, many persons apply for employer specific work permits because there's certain specifications around employer specific work permits. But, a lot of persons, seek about getting open work permits. And there's some confusion about who can apply for open work permit to work in Canada. Now, firstly, first on the list, you have post-graduation work permits, international students that are eligible for these post-graduation work permits. Now, destitute students, which is the second one, destitute students are international students who can no longer support their studies. So there actually is provisions in immigration law for students that have had a hard time, supporting themselves while they're while they're studying, and they have run into financial difficulties to apply for what we call a destitute work permit, and they're able to give they're granted a work permit, to basically save monies and build upon their capital so that they could later on return to school. This is something that we didn't commonly see in the field, but now there's definitely a rise in destitute students because of COVID and the economic situation that it has caused. Now, if you're a worker in Canada and you have an abusive relationship with your employer, you don't have to stick in that relationship. There are provisions for you to get an open work permit, and for your family, to be able to get the specific documentation. So if you're on a employer specific work permit, your whole job is dependent on your employer. And depending on the relationship with your employer, if anything falls through, you may not be able to continue working. So immigration has provisions that if you're in an abusive relationship with your employer, as in if they abuse you in terms of pay or they mistreat you or they do anything that is against the law, you can definitely apply for a type of open work permit. Now, if you applied for permanent residence in Canada, there's provisions for you to apply for an open work permit as well, or if you are a dependent family member of somebody that applied for permanent residence in Canada. Now, if you are the spouse or common law partner of a skilled worker of an international student, this category is very important because many of us that have, are actually interested in studying in Canada, and they're scared about taking that step because of their family. There are provisions in immigration law for you to, have a study permit, and you could also, along with applying for that study permit, you could apply for an open work permit for your spouse. So initially, the entire family could go up. The husband, the wife, the children, everybody can go up. One person could study, and then the other person could get an open work permit. Now, if you are a spouse or common law partner of somebody that is applying for a pilot program in Canada that is surrounding the provinces. You also have the opportunity to get an open work permit. And if you are a person that, claim for refugee or an asylum seeker in Canada, again, you can get an open work permit, or a temporary resident permit holder, or somebody that is a young worker that is involved in special programs, like international programs that Canada partner with, for different countries. Now, the employer-specific work permits, even though the list of persons that can apply for an open work permit is very exhaustive, most persons that are seeking to apply to Canada, especially from the Caribbean and Barbados, would be applying for an employer specific work permit. And this is because with the list that I went through with the open work permit, that list is airtight, meaning that it's only those persons that are allowed to get an open work permit. Everybody else essentially has to apply for an employer specific work permit. So this type of work permit is solely based on obtaining a job offer from a Canadian employer. So if you're a person that is interested in working in Canada, the first thing is, very similar to studying in Canada, like how you have to apply to the schools first. Usually you have to seek the job first. You have to get the employer on board first. So the first thing is to receive a job offer from a Canadian employer. That is usually the main thing. And once the Canadian employer has agreed to hire you, they usually need to apply to the government for approval for you to work in Canada. Because in Canada, they have a system and a culture where Canadians and permanent residents, they get the first pick. So the employer would have to show that there's little to no Canadians or permanent residents for that position. For these applications, they are a little difficult, but they're not impossible. And there are a lot of skills that come out of countries like Barbados. So if you have good skills, you have a good resume, and you applied, there are some employers that would take a shine to you, and they would be willing to apply for this approval. This approval, we call it an LMIA. And once you have been granted this LMIA, it is valid for 6 months. And then you use this LMIA to apply for a work permit through immigration. Okay, so once you apply for this work permit through immigration, and once you use this LMIA to apply for the work permit to immigration, and you get this work permit, then you could proceed with traveling to Canada. Again, when you travel to Canada, you will get your approval or introduction letter, your ETA or your visa, and then you could travel to Canada. And once you get at the port of entry, then you would apply, you would basically get your work permit. So for employer specific work permits, one thing you have to note is that you have to get the Canadian employer on board from the beginning. You have to, the process is there's no employer specific work permit without the Canadian employer. Now, in terms of applying for jobs in Canada, there are many different job sites in Canada that you could refer to in terms of looking for jobs. One of the most important ones is Job Bank, which is the first one I have here, which is www.jobbank.gc.ca. And the reason why this is important is because this is Canada's official government website. So this Job Bank is also linked to the www.ca, which is the Canada's website. So you will find all types of jobs on this website. You will find the jobs broken down into the different provinces. You would also find wage information. So if you're looking for a job and you're looking to see what the wage would be like in Canada, you could refer to this website, and it is free. So there's no charges, there's no sign up costs for this website. You can create particular portals on this website, and you can actually sign in, and they would give you like a code and so on, but it is free to use. And the most employers in Canada that are looking for international workers frequent Job Bank website, because it is a requirement from the government for them to frequent this Job Bank website. Now, another popular website is Indeed, which is the next one. Again, this is free to use, and Indeed is a job aggregator. So it pulls from different career sites. So even if you might miss something by not looking in a particular site, Indeed usually has everything on there. So most of the jobs, that are on Job Bank would also be on Indeed. And we have a couple more. We have a couple more. So we have Workopolis, which is mainly Canadian, is a Canadian platform, and you can look for jobs in French and English. And then we have Monster Canada that is free to use as well, and Ijabo. Now, Ijabo is also good, and it is, but this particular job searching site, this is a Canadian platform, but is actually affiliated with a visa agency. So, you could use just their job job information on the website, but then they also collaborate with certain visa agencies to give information. Now, when you're searching for jobs in Canada, it's very important, especially when you're considering migrating to Canada permanently, which we're going to expand a lot on next week. You have to make sure that you're careful of the job skills that you have and the job skills that are offered in Canada. So in Canada, we have certain skill levels with respect to the jobs, and there are over 50,000 jobs in Canada, and all the different types of job titles are held in a database that is, we call it the National Occupational Classification. And this National Occupational Classification, it has all the different titles of jobs you could ever have in Canada, and it have these skill levels. So the skill levels range from 0 to D. In terms of, on this particular occupational classification. And skill level 0 is, has to do with persons that have had managerial experience. So you'll find any job titles where you have managerial experience under that level. And then you have skill level A, which is the university education. And then you have skill level B, which is the college education or apprenticeship training. Skill level C is mostly for jobs that require secondary school or occupation specific training. And then skill level D, that jobs that require, that you get on the job training. Now, we will discuss later on in the next part of this seminar on permanent residence, but it's very important with respect to the job level that you choose when we're discussing permanent residence, because not all job levels are eligible for certain permanent resident programs when we're looking at moving to Canada permanently. Now, I have some tips here for job searching in Canada. Now, the first tip, remember in the beginning of the presentation, we showed a map, of Canada that was very vast. It had many different provinces. Now, the first tip is that when you're migrating to Canada and you're looking for jobs, don't rule out the rural areas in Canada. Now, I know that Toronto is lovely and Ontario is a nice place where all the action goes down, but there are certain rural areas in Canada where they are actually in need of jobs. They actually are in need of persons to fill certain positions. And, you have to sometimes go further out, to get, immigration opportunities, job opportunities that would lead to immigration opportunities. So when you go to the rural areas in Canada and different remote provinces, sometimes, you have low competition, and sometimes the government is very aware of the needs of those particular provinces and areas. And the government has special programs to actually transition workers into permanent residence a lot faster. And they make a lot of exemptions in those categories. Now, the next tip for job searching is to enlist, professional help if you can. So there are many headhunters, there are many recruitment agencies, there are many career counselors with respect to the applying for the work permits and the eligibilities for the types of jobs that you want to get. If you want to qualify for permanent residence, you could also hire the help of immigration consultants or lawyers. But one important fact I want you to take home with you today is that no one is allowed to charge a fee or collect a fee directly or indirectly from any worker, including a foreign worker, for helping that particular worker find work in Canada. It is against the law. So anytime you come across any kind of agency or any kind of professional that is saying, you have to pay me for this job opportunity in Canada, that is ultimately wrong. Like you could pay for the immigration process, but in terms of actually paying for a job, you should not be paying for a job. Those services should be free. So if an employer wants to hire you, they shouldn't be saying, oh, pay me in order to work here. It should be completely, they should be basically hiring you in good faith, and you shouldn't have to be paying, money for that job. Now, with respect to additional tips, you could always apply for jobs. You should always apply for jobs using a Canadian style resume. So you should customize your resume and cover letter for every job that you apply for. I know that in some countries, in Barbados, CVs are a big thing. But in Canada, they go by resumes and they go by cover letters. And it's very important to research and really look into the Canadian style resumes, because that is what employers are looking for. In terms of jobs in demand, which is the next step, you should always research in demand occupations in Canada. So every now and again, we have occupations in Canada that are in demand, and they're in demand in specific provinces. And with respect to in demand jobs, most of these jobs can be LMIA exempt. So once the government, catches wind of a particular area in immigration where the job is in demand, usually they open special programs where the employer wouldn't even have to apply for their approval. The employer could just hire you, and those positions could be LMIA exempt, meaning that you don't need to get an LMIA. So you could, excuse me, you could actively, so another tip is to actively stay on the job search and keep looking out for new immigration programs, especially programs in the different provinces, and beware of immigration scams. So programs that cannot be verified through www.canada.ca, you should be aware of. So if somebody pitches a program to you and the program cannot be validated, like you can't go on the government website and actually visibly see this program, there's a high chance that the program is a scam. So you should always make sure that you validate whatever information you get with www.canada.ca, because that is the government's website, and it will never steer you in the wrong direction. Now here I have some in-demand occupations in Canada that are in demand as of right now. There's a few that we would know that are in demand as a result of COVID, like the nurses and the registered nurses, the pharmacists and the caregivers. We also have the drivers. So any person that is in the agricultural area, any person that is in the food processing areas, those are persons that they're looking for right now. And as we know, Canada has a socialist healthcare system. So nurses are always in demand, pharmacists, caregivers. We have an aging population, so they always need those persons. So persons that are looking for, ways to get into Canada, doing studying in the field of caregiving, or actually, actively, being a caregiver, could be another ticket, to get to Canada. Now, as I mentioned before, and I also brought up the map of the provinces. Now, for immigration, sometimes when there are demands in certain provinces, and when there are certain provinces where employers are in need of workers, immigration will now and again open, pilot programs that are LMIA exempt. And these programs lead to permanent residency really, really quickly. So sometimes you could apply for these programs, like today, within 6 months, you could be getting permanent residence. Sometimes it could take a year. And, the good thing about these programs is that they involve the family. So your family members and so on could also, get open work permits, and then eventually get permanent residents, which we'll discuss a little bit more about that next week. But with respect to these pilot programs, they begin with workers. So they begin with actually getting a work permit. And right now we have 2 active pilot programs in immigration, one that is called the Rural and Northern Immigration Pilot. And this is in certain rural areas in Canada. And in Ontario, I have a few areas in Ontario that where the program is offered. North Bay, Sudbury, and Thunder Bay. The list is very long. I didn't put all the different areas, but you could check that out. And then there's also the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program that is catered for the specific Atlantic provinces. So we have Newfoundland and Labrador, we have the Prince Edward Islands, and we have Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. So the thing about Canada is that when you hear Canada, you would always hear Montreal, you would always hear Vancouver, you would always hear Toronto, but Canada is so vast, and there's so many areas, different places in Canada where, permanent residence is, you can get permanent residence a lot easier. So I urge you that when you're even doing your job searches and you're looking for jobs, you could actually look in these provinces to see what is available there as well. Now, there is an international agreement between Canada and Barbados. And usually in immigration terms, we call it the Seasonal Agricultural Worker Program, which is, they call it SOP. And this particular program, it allows for certain agricultural workers and workers in the hotel sector, like low skilled workers, to actually migrate to Canada and work for a certain period of time, before returning back to Barbados and other countries. It is temporary in nature, but this program is put on through the Ministry of Labor in Barbados. So if you're interested in this program, you would have to contact the Labor Department in Barbados. I have the 2 contacts here for this particular program, and they're the ones that engineer this program with respect to facilitating the workers from Barbados up to Canada. Now, with respect to temporary residents remaining in Canada beyond their authorized stay, and we discussed this a little bit when we looked at the visitors, but temporary residents remaining in Canada, it can be visitors, it can be students, it can be workers. Once these persons are looking to stay in Canada beyond their time, there are certain options that are available for them. They could apply for an extension. They could change their terms. So, they could go from like a visitor status to a worker status, or from a worker status to a student status. But they would have to be meeting the appropriate objections and the appropriate guidelines in those particular classes. So if you are a worker and you're going from a worker to a student, you would have to make sure that you have your letter of acceptance to be a student. You have to make sure that you have your tuition costs covered. And similarly, if you're going from a student to a worker, you would have to, unless you're applying for post-graduation work permit, you have to make sure you have your job offer. You have to make sure that you're eligible for the work permit. Now, for individuals who have lost their immigration status in Canada, meaning that they have been in Canada either working hard or studying hard or visiting and having a good time and did not realize that their status has expired, all hope is not lost. They can apply for what we call a restoration of their status, where they could restore their status, and they could basically request for immigration to have consideration and basically restore their status to their original status, or you could restore your status to any desired status. But you would have to meet certain conditions. So you would have to make sure that you prove to the officers that you don't want to overstay in Canada, that the reason why you're staying in Canada is not because you want to overstay or you want to involve in anything illegal, but you really want to, be in immigration's good books. Now, another option for temporary residents remaining in Canada, where a lot of people are interested in, is the permanent resident options, applying for permanent residence inside Canada. There are a lot of immigration programs in Canada, like over 100 immigration programs in Canada. And out of those 100 programs that are between the provinces and federal, we have the federal programs. So there are permanent resident programs in Canada for persons to transition to permanent residency, but they need to, sometimes be inside Canada, or they need to be meeting the necessary requirements outside Canada. So stay tuned for our discussion next week, because it'll be interesting as we will be exploring the different pathways to actually gaining permanent residence and living in Canada.
Well, thank you very much, Shontel.
Nope, not one more thing. One more thing. Right, with respect to the COVID measures and workers, because we discussed the COVID measures for students and visitors, it's only fair that we discuss them for workers as well. Now, temporary workers are exempt from travel restrictions if they're traveling to Canada for a non-discretionary purpose. And this is where, there's no option. So if you are a temporary worker, so if you're a person that has, you have a work permit in Canada, a valid work permit, and you normally live in Canada, you can travel to Canada because that falls under non-discretionary. And if you are a worker who, you recently applied for your work permit and you have gotten your letter of introduction for your work permit, or you have a valid job offer already, you can also travel to Canada as long as you satisfy the Canadian government at this time that when you enter Canada, you can work after you enter Canada, and that you will do the necessary time of quarantine, which is at the moment 14 days. So you have to satisfy the government that you're going to be in quarantine for 14 days in order to actually be allowed inside Canada. So remember that if you have a valid work permit and you normally live in Canada, this means that the officers could ask you, for proof of address, where do you live in Canada? You have to be prepared to answer the necessary questions and show them that you have that work permit, and also show them that you are or show them that you are a person that is going up with a letter of introduction about to work with a Canadian employer that is still open. If you are going to work for a Canadian employer that is closed because of COVID, then you're not able to travel under this particular measure. You would have to stay until the employer, opens back. But as long as the employer is open, you will be able to travel to Canada. And then lastly, the take-home tips from this seminar. Now, firstly, always validate your information through www.canada.ca. Make sure that any kind of any kind of immigration information that you find, or you hear of, you could validate it through www.canada.ca, that is the main government website. All the news hits there first before it goes anywhere else. And then in terms of studying and working, know that studying and working can lead to permanent residence in Canada, especially studying. And remember that you can use Canadian job searching sites and professional help. So job recruiters, school advisors, legal counsels, etc., in obtaining your immigration goals. And then lastly, it is against the law for any employer to charge you for a job opportunity in Canada. They could charge you for doing the paperwork in terms of immigration, but for the actual job, they should not be charging you for the job offer in Canada itself. Okay.
Thank you, Shontel. Very comprehensive. Very
No
comprehensive.
problem.
A lot of food for thought. I'm sure that there are still many questions. I'm going to just squeezing the very few questions here, as we're just about out of time.
Okay.
So just a few questions. First questions. You mentioned about these blacklisted companies. How would you know if a company is blacklisted?
So to know if a company is blacklisted, that information is actually on the same website. So if you were to go on the website and you were to be looking for working in Canada, the website is very confusing. But if you follow through, you could actually see there would always be these blue tabs where you could it would prompt you to another page. Or if you just go into search, you could put in non-compliant employers, and they actually have a list with these employers from the dates that they were blacklisted and whether they can hire temporary workers or not.
And I have to ask this question. I know that you spoke about first professionalism. Let's say some person is in the arts,
okay,
entertainer, whatever, and they want to come to Canada. Is that a little more difficult?
No, if a person is coming through the arts and they just want to, they basically want to entertain, they wouldn't need to get any kind of work permit. They would usually just need their ETA, right? Because these persons, they're not entering into the labor market. But sometimes, depending on how long they're going to perform in Canada and the nature of the venture, sometimes the employer or the sponsors in Canada might have to apply for additional documentation for them through IRCC.
Okay, and every year we have some young, promising sports persons, various sports teams in Barbados who want to come to Canada to play in a competition in Canada, mainly soccer, sometimes cricket. So you may have a team from where for Gall Hill, Bayland, and they want to come to Canada to play for a month or two to compete in the competition in Canada. just ETA in that case, or?
No, sometimes, no, if they're just coming for like a weekend or they're coming for like a short time, then yes, it would just be like a visit. But as long as they are going to be in Canada and they're going to be earning, then they would have to apply for some type of, they do fall in that category of being work permit exempt, but the sponsor, who's the person that's sponsoring the tournament, would have to apply for the appropriate documentation for them. So Canada would definitely want to know what they're doing and what they're earning and what is being offered, just to make sure that they're being paid a fair wage and so on. So it would be the sponsor that would have to, seek counsel to apply for the appropriate documentation for them.
Okay, most times I think they just may just get a stipend or so, but not really earning per se.
Yeah, but how they define work in immigration is anytime you're basically doing an activity and there is any kind of money exchange, it could qualify as work. So yeah.
All right, and we have now here someone say that they had applied. Let me see. Really, the question: is there a way for me to get information on the processing of my PR application? It has been 1 year, and I have not been able to get any information because of problems with the site.
The site.
Yeah.
The person is. Sorry. So the person said, so it has been 1 year, so they want to get an update, like a status update.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So there is a way. They could apply through IRCC. They could submit, a web form, to ask for a status of their application. I think that is basically the only way. Like, they could apply through the web form on IRCC. So if they go on IRCC and they select web form, they should be able to, send their inquiry there, and they would transmit it to the necessary office that is applying, that is basically processing the application. But bear in mind with COVID, the processing times are, so long and drawn out because of COVID. We see this happening in many different areas, right? So it's not uncommon. It's not the first person I've heard, having no correspondence from immigration for a long time. They're really backed up at this point, so it could be a long wait.
All right, I'm afraid we're out of time.
Sorry, Consul. I'm sorry, Consul. Sorry, just a second. There are a couple questions, if you don't mind. I know we're really pressed on time, but there are a couple questions, Shontel, that I see people would have put in, and I think they're eager to have them answered, and if not heard, and then maybe next week you can answer them. But for instance, they're saying there's somebody who says the minimum funds needed to get a study permit is $10,000. Is this still the case for graduate programs where the school is providing a stipend? Somebody's asking that question.
So with respect to, yes, so if the school is providing a stipend, even though the school is providing that particular stipend, the government will still want to see that, you are basically having enough money to support yourself in Canada in the event that falls true. Yes.
Okay, and is there a possibility to do the English test online with the restricted COVID-19 measures? Have you heard of that?
No, like from my knowledge, the language test, you basically physically do the language test. Like I know sometimes they can be computerized tests, but the language test is done in a physical place where there's invigilators and so on that could actually see you doing the test. So there's no online test per se since COVID from my knowledge, right? That is something that between now and next week I could look into and I could find out, but from my knowledge at this moment, no.
Okay, there is, like I said, somebody is here saying that they were asking a couple things that weren't mentioned. So let me just ask them very quickly. Somebody is saying, I have lots of aunts and uncles and cousins in Canada. How is this beneficial for me getting into Canada? Can I use this as a route to enter? I have, somebody saying I have a degree in architecture and studying design engineering, and I have a cousin who has a young child here. Can I get into Canada using that route? I am an RN and currently studying in Canada. How do I go about working in Ontario as an RN? All of these are questions that came in. So as you spoke about these things, people are saying, yes, I'm an RN and I'm studying in Canada. how do I go about, what's my next step now to move in? Like I said, I know we're pressed for time, so you don't necessarily have to answer them now, but I'm hoping that the people who would have asked these questions, please, I trust that you're logging on again next week. And I'm sure Shontel will be able to respond to a lot more of these next week. And she says, and somebody says, can you please repeat the pilot programs, please? But like I said, next week, we're going to have this again, where she's going to repeat those for you next week. Yeah, so those are some of the questions, like I said, that people were asking, and I just wanted to let them know that we saw and we recorded them. So Shontel will try to respond to some of these next week. So I hope all of you will join us next week. And before we sign off, just let me apologize. If you had people who were saying that they were trying to get on and they couldn't, we had a problem with the platform at first, but within half hour or so it reopened. But by that time, I know a number of persons who had tried to get on outside after we went. It was saying capacity. It was saying it was at capacity. So yes, I will send out an email to everybody, and so we won't have that issue again. There was some issue on the Zoom platform, but it had been rectified, but it took like about 30 minutes to be rectified, unfortunately. So just letting anyone who is on the platform and had tried, and then or they know other people who was messaging them saying, I'm trying to get on but couldn't. There was an issue at first, but it was rectified thereafter. So we won't have that issue next week. So I'm trusting that you will all be back next week. Sorry, Consul, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Consul General. Shontel, thank you very much for such a comprehensive presentation. A lot of information. I always say that knowledge is power, and therefore, the more knowledge you have about your immigration options, the greater your capacity to make informed decisions and to, take advantage of all the benefits that may accrue to you. So I want to thank you again. You are currently stuck in Barbados, as I understand it.
Yeah, I'm currently in Barbados. Yes.
So you are looking back now to return to Canada. So you are preaching to the choir in the saints today. You have to try to make it back to Canada as well.
Yes, we are all in that fight together.
So you're correct. That's right. So thank you very much on behalf of the Consul General, Sonia Morphle-Carter, and colleagues at the consulate. I want to thank you for making your knowledge available to us, and we look forward to next week where we speak about what again, Shontel?
Permanent residence. So we'll be looking at all areas of permanent residence. We'll be looking at the asylum. We'll be looking at economic programs, and we'll be looking at family. So for those of you who have family and you're wondering about that, we'll be discussing that next week.
So until next week, same time, same place, 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. So long and be safe. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Shontel. Thanks, everybody.
Yes, thank you. Information because we're looking at the pathways to gaining permanent residence in Canada. Now today, in terms of permanent residence in Canada, we have over 100 immigration programs in Canada between the federal and the provincial. But today we'll be looking at mostly the federal programs and the programs that are very popular and the programs that Barbadians and persons abroad would more than likely qualify under. So here again, we have our provincial map of Canada, which gives us the 10 provinces and the 3 territories. And as I said last week, for those of you who weren't with us last week, I said that when you're looking at permanent residence in Canada, you should also not only just look at going to particular popular areas in Canada, but you also want to look at going into the provinces and taking advantage of the provincial immigration programs. Now, this evening, there's a lot of information to cover. And with respect to the immigration program on any given day, it's impossible to go through every single immigration program, but, we will try our best to present the most popular programs and the ones that are more intriguing. Now, in terms of the sources for information on the permanent residence programs, we have, again, the federal website, which is for the federal programs, we have the IRCC website, which is www.canada.ca. And for the provinces, you also go to that website as well. So that website, which is the main government website, it has the majority of information for immigration. So you would find any kind of information for any kind of immigration program on that website. And with respect to any information that you see floating around that cannot be sourced on that website, you need to be careful. You need to always make sure that you go back to the main website in order to make sure that the information and the information that you have is accurate and is actually coming from the government of Canada. Now we're going to begin looking at the non-economic programs. So how the immigration system in Canada is set up with respect to permanent residents is that we have programs that are non-economic, and then we have programs that are economic. So non-economic programs would be programs that have nothing to do with, education. They have nothing to do with like language. They have nothing to do with, anything to do with academics. Is mostly non-economic. And then we have economic programs that basically are more focused on education, more focused on language. Now, when we speak about non-economic programs, the first thing that comes to mind usually is family class sponsorships. Many people usually have, questions about family class sponsorships. Now, in order to initiate a family class sponsorship, it has two components. You have to have a sponsor who's a Canadian citizen or permanent resident, or a registered Indian, as we would call them, First Nations persons. And you have to have an applicant who's a foreign national that is about to come to Canada as a family member. Now, for immigration, on immigration terms, when we look at family member and we see this word thrown around, for temporary residents as well, when we look at visas and when we look at different permits, and we see it for immigration. Now, regularly, when we look at family members are usually defined as, your family, anybody that has blood relations. But immigration is a little bit different. They look at your immediate family members. So your immediate family members are the ones that are considered family members for immigration purposes. So the family members who are considered your immediate family members who can be sponsored are like your spouse, your common law partner, or your conjugal partner. Now, spouses are persons that have been married, so they're legally married. When we're looking at common law, is usually persons that have been living together for 12 months or more. And then conjugal partners are usually individuals where, they're not able to marry or they're not able to live together because of very serious circumstances beyond their control. So persons that are estranged from each other and they're not able to live together or marry, they will come into the conjugal partner category. Now, dependent children for immigration, our children are children forever until they reach 60. But for immigration, only your children under the age of 22 are considered your dependent children. In some cases, you have children that are over the age of 22 that could be considered your dependent children as well. But those children are children that have serious medical conditions that actually rely on their family members for that care and support throughout their lives. So if they have a serious medical condition or a disability, they would be considered a dependent child, even if they're say 40. Now, you can also sponsor, parents and grandparents can also be sponsored. And usually, we get questions about your siblings, nieces, because many of us have aunts and uncles and, cousins in Canada. With respect to these persons, being able to, be sponsored or to sponsor, there is a very specific criteria. So in order to sponsor a Canadian citizen or permanent resident to sponsor their sibling or their niece or their nephew or even grandchild, the actual person has to be orphaned, and they have to be under the age of 18. Okay, so usually if they're orphaned and they're under the age of 18, they could be sponsored by a Canadian or permanent resident. But if they're over the age of 18 and the parents are still alive and they're not orphaned, they don't fit under the family class. Now we have a special class under the family class that is called one relative. It's called one relative or loan sponsorships, and that is for Canadians or permanent residents who are in Canada alone and who have no family members that they could possibly sponsor. So it means that they have no existing parents, dependent children, no spouses, common law partners. They have no one that they could sponsor. They're literally in Canada alone. They're given the opportunity to sponsor any family member, regardless of their age, and also that family members as well. So one thing I want us to note is that Canadian citizens have a little edge over permanent residents when it comes to sponsorships, because a Canadian citizen can sponsor from anywhere as long as they show that they're going to return to Canada when the application is approved for that particular individual to become a PR. Now, sponsorship eligibility, when we're looking at the family class, now for anybody to sponsor in Canada, they have to be, as I said before, a Canadian citizen or permanent resident, and they have to be at least 18 years old. So for persons that are really young and they might be Canadian and they may want to sponsor, persons that have family members in Canada, that want to sponsor them that are under the age of 18, they're not able to. They have to be at least 18, and they have to prove that they're not receiving any kind of social assistance from the government other than disability. And they have to, part of the sponsorship eligibility is that they have to show that they meet the basic needs of any persons they want to support. Now, there's several family class programs with respect to sponsorship. The biggest one is the spouse or common law partner in Canada class. And these are individuals who are in Canada that are accompanied by their spouse or common law partner in Canada. And they could, apply for their spouse or common law partner from within Canada. And they also have the option to apply for an open work permit for that person to work while they are actually being sponsored. Then we have other programs that fall under what we call the family class, which are, the same spouse or common law partner or conjugal partners, but they're overseas. We have dependent children we have parents and grandparents, and we also have the lone relatives sponsorship, as I spoke about before. Now, in terms of sponsorship and Canadian sponsoring individuals, sometimes there are income requirements and sometimes there are no income requirements. So categories like dependent children, spouses, or common law partners, there's no income requirement, but for parents and grandparents and lone relatives, which is these two are popular, there is an income requirement. So Canadians and permanent residents are required to be making a certain amount in terms of income before they could sponsor their family members under these programs. Now, in terms of the income requirements, I have here from the government website two tables. One, the table on the far left side is more relating to lone relative sponsorships, persons that are adopted, or dependent children sponsorship, or dependent children of dependent children. So it means that if your dependent child that is below the age of 22 has a dependent child, that table refers to that particular categories of sponsorship. And then on the right side, we have the income requirements for parents and grandparents. So as you can see, they go up in increments depending on the amount of persons in the family unit. And these tables change every year. So these income requirements change every year. This is not money that persons have to have in the bank account or anything. It's just that they have to show the government that they're making this amount of income for these persons to come to Canada. Now, the sponsorship undertaking, and this is another thing that you would want to look out for when you are sponsoring as a Canadian or permanent resident or somebody, a foreign national looking to be sponsored. With respect to the sponsorship undertaking, this is just basically a form that you sign, and you're attesting before the Canadian government that you are going to provide the individuals you're sponsoring with, the list of the things that I have here. So the food, the clothing, the shelter, utilities, household supplies. Breaching this agreement, basically breaching this agreement, would indicate situations where the person that you have sponsored, go on welfare. And then, if the person that you're sponsored go on welfare, then, the actual permanent resident or Canadian citizen would have to pay the government back the money that the person used. So what I realized about immigration, for the many years that I've been in practice, is that I don't want to say everything comes with a price, but when you have your family members here, you have to make sure that you are definitely supporting them. So those of you who are interested in actually being sponsored, you have to make sure that your family members are comfortable with undertaking your sponsorship, making sure that they're going to be financially responsible. And this is not that they have to necessarily provide these things. It's just that if you're not able to provide it, and you show this by going on welfare, then that person that have sponsored you, that's a Canadian or permanent resident, is on the hook, and they would actually have to pay back the money to the government if they want to sponsor anybody else in the future. Now, the application process for sponsoring. Now, in order to sponsor your family members, there's two application processes that is involved in one application. So you have to apply to become a sponsor, and you also have to apply to become a permanent resident. With respect to the sponsor submits a certain set of forms, and then the permanent resident, who's a foreign national that wants to come to Canada, they would have another set of designated forms. So both the sponsorship, the application for the sponsorship, and the permanent resident, they go together at the same time. And in Canada, we have in Canada sponsorships, and then we have overseas sponsorships. And the in Canada sponsorships are sent to case processing centers in Canada, and then the overseas sponsorships are sent to the same case processing centers, but then they're transferred over to the visa offices. So like, for instance, last week we spoke about the visa office for Barbados, which is in Trinidad, the High Commissioner in Trinidad. So they are the ones that would process the overseas sponsorship, the back end of the overseas sponsorships. Now, the fees and the processing times, and like I said, all this information could be validated on the government website. Now, the fees and the processing times, especially the processing times vary from application to application. And now that is COVID, there's no distinct telling as to how long an application will take. Now, apart from COVID, the spousal applications, like sponsoring your spouse, or your common law partner, or even your conjugal partner, was taking around 12 months, and dependent children would usually take 6 months. But like I said, because of COVID, we have had a lot of delays with all the different government shutdowns and restrictive measures. So these processing times can vary. Now, in terms of the fees, now, as we can see here, an example of the fees, anytime you're submitting a permanent resident application, it would always involve government fees that you have to pay to the government. And if you're obviously undertaking legal counsel, or you have a consultant or lawyer representing you, you would have to pay, legal costs for that particular application to be prepared. Now, the next program that I'm going to look at is the Canadian Refugee Protection Program, which is very, very popular. Usually we get a lot of questions about persons inquiring about making a refugee claim in Canada, and, who qualifies for making refugee claims in Canada. Now, the Canadian refugee system, it has two main parts. We have the refugee system that is processed overseas, and then we have the one that is processed in Canada. The one overseas, we refer to it as resettlement, so the refugee resettlement program. And then the one in Canada is the In Canada Asylum Program. So most persons that are interested in refugee would be more referring to the In Canada program, because they're very distinct, and they're very, they have their distinct features. No, the refugee program, like I said, the refugee program or refugee resettlement program, as I said, this is a program abroad. And for persons that are wondering about this particular program, it is usually for refugees that, are outside of their homes. They're living in refugee camps for many years. So, you know, a group of persons that most recently went to Canada as refugees would have been like the Syrian refugees that the government invited in 2016. So they're usually persons that, you know, their homes, you know, their living has been disrupted by some kind of civil war or some kind of, you know, political coup or something like that. They're usually outside of their homes and they are usually in refugee camps. This particular program is in conjunction with the United Nations. So the United Nations actually assess these refugees, you know, to see if they could, you know, if they are refugees. And then once the United Nations has deemed them as refugees, then they could, you know, the IRCC, which is the Canadian government, will take over. And then, you know, they would be able to come to Canada as permanent residents already. Now, the In Canada asylum program is a little bit different. The Canada Asylum program, which I think is the most popular one that persons may be interested in. This particular program is for persons, you know, who have, you know, a well-founded fear of persecution. So when we talk about fear of persecution, we're talking about, you know, persons that have been, you know, victimized, they have faced discrimination, they have faced genocides, you know, because of their race, religion, because of their sexual orientation. We're talking about, you know, torture, cruel and unusual treatment. We're talking about, you know, persons that have been in places where they have had mass murders. And then we also have other individuals, you know, that have faced some kind of risk on a personal level, like, you know, gang violence or like, you know, in some cases, like some kind of systematic violence in the society. You know, these persons can make refugee claims as well, not from outside Canada. This is in Canada asylum, so they have to make the refugee claims in Canada. And not every person is eligible for refugee. So for example, if somebody has been convicted of really serious criminal offenses, you know, like murder, sometimes if they have, you know, committed like espionage, if they're terrorists, you know, that would make them not eligible to make a refugee claim, or if they have made refugee claims before in Canada. So refugee claims are usually like a one-time, you know, a one-time opportunity. Now, the refugee process in Canada, which, you know, like I said, is the most popular one, because a lot of people on this side of the world, like in the Caribbean, you know, they don't qualify for the refugee process outside Canada because we don't have, you know, as much, you know, violence and horror that is happening in other parts of the world. But the refugee process in Canada is mostly controlled by the Immigration Department, which is IRCC and CBSA, and it also is controlled by the Immigration and Refugee Board, which is you know, a particular board that deals with refugees and different kinds of immigration court cases. So who can make a refugee claim? In terms of making a refugee claim, you must be under this process, you must be in Canada, and people can make a refugee claim at the port of entry or at an IRCC inland office, and you can't be subject to a removal order already. So they're very specific. There's a very specific criteria with respect to making a refugee claim, but for this particular part of the process, you need to be in Canada. Now, in terms of the in Canada eligibility for refugees, IRCC will, you know, they would refer the refugee claim to the IRB because the system works, you know, is more than one government organization at the front. We have IRCC and we have CBSA, and then ultimately the refugee board is the one that makes the decision on refugees to see if somebody is actually a refugee. So in order to be eligible, you have to, you know, you have to make sure that, you know, you have to make sure that you're not, you know, you don't have anything that I have here on this list. So you have to make sure that certain things are in check before you can make, you know, a refugee claim. So you can't make a refugee claim if you are already a refugee in another country. So Canada does not support what we call asylum shopping. And asylum shopping is when you go to different countries, like you will go to the US and make a refugee claim, and then you will come to Canada and make a refugee claim. They don't support asylum shopping. You have to, if you were granted protection person status in Canada already, you can't make a refugee claim. If you arrived via the Canada-United States border, again, you're unable to make a refugee claim because Canada and US has a pact. So anywhere you land first, you're supposed to make a refugee claim. So if you land in the US first, you should be making a refugee claim in the US. And if you land in Canada first, you should be making the refugee claim in Canada. And that worked both ways. And if you made a refugee claim in another country and it is confirmed that you did make this refugee claim and is pending in another country, you could be inadmissible from making a refugee claim. If you're inadmissible under the highest grounds of inadmissibility, like again, being a terrorist, or convicted of murder, like serious criminality, being involved in espionage, anything like that, it could make you inadmissible to make a refugee claim. If you made a previous refugee claim and was found eligible and was not found eligible. So if you made a previous refugee claim before, again, is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So you can't, it's not like a repeat process. And then if you made a refugee claim that was rejected by the IRB before, again, you're unable to make a refugee claim again. And then if you abandon or withdrew a previous refugee claim, you're not able to make that claim in Canada. No, in terms of in Canada refugee eligibility continued, we have convention refugees who are, like I said, convention refugees that are outside their home. There's a specific criteria that they usually have to meet, and they have to show that they're persecuted because of their race, their religion, their political opinion, their nationality, or because they're part of a social group, particularly women and persons facing some kind of persecution or some kind of discrimination because of their sexual orientation. And then persons that are in need of protection because they were tortured or there's a risk to their life and there's a risk to cruel and unusual treatment or punishment, as we would call it. So some really serious effects. Like a refugee claim is not something you would make if you think that where you're living is too hard, or if you want better economic opportunities. Is a little bit more serious than that, and it has a lot of ramifications, and it has a lot of ramifications that everybody needs to be aware of when they're looking at making a refugee claim. Now, persons waiting for a decision on their refugee claim, they have the opportunity to apply for study and work permits. As I said before, you could only make a refugee claim once in your lifetime. Having that refugee status, it follows you throughout your immigration history. So it would mean that if you have made a claim, for refugee, it would mean that, that is the way that you have come into Canada. And even if you decide to, get your permanent residence after that, or get your citizenship after that, it would always be on your immigration file that you are a refugee. So they would, there are certain stipulations. There's no two-tier permanent residence or Canadian citizenship, but it would definitely always be on your file that you made a refugee, that you made a refugee claim. So protected persons, once you have made a refugee claim and your refugee claim has been accepted, you become what we call a protected person. And one important thing to note is that protected persons are prohibited from returning to their country of origin. So a lot of persons are not aware, but if you come to Canada by making a refugee claim, one of the first things that you should be aware of is that once you become a permanent resident, once your claim is accepted, you're not able to return home. And this is because you have made a refugee claim against your country of origin, like your country of citizenship, and you're saying basically that your country of citizenship is incapable of protecting you. So it becomes problematic if you were to return back to that country, because it would show that you are, you're not scared anymore, or it wasn't a serious persecution that you faced. So making a refugee claim, is very serious, and you have to, you would have to make up in your mind that you don't want to return back to your home country. Even when you become a citizen, chances of returning back to your home country, is still a very serious and delicate situation, because they have had persons in the past that have actually been stopped, even though they're Canadian citizens, for actually returning back to their country. And usually, it could have, you could go into secondary inspection and they could, ask you a lot of questions as to your intentions and the credibility under which you made your refugee claim in the first place. So the refugee claimants have access to certain amenities and government programs like most permanent residents. So yes, they do have access to like, studying, working, they have access to sometimes housing, they have access to, loans, stuff like that. But like I said, you give up a lot, when you make a refugee claim. The advice, the professional advice is that if you can, get your permanent residence under other streams, this would be better than making a refugee claim. You only make a refugee claim if you absolutely have no other option, and only when you qualify for refugee. Now, another thing to note about refugee claims is that misrepresentation on your refugee claim, like lying on your refugee claim, lying on the government, lying about your experiences. If immigration was to ever find out about any kind of misrepresentation on your refugee claim, it could lead to them revoking your Canadian citizenship or any permanent residence that you have gained. So as long as they find out that you have lied and you misrepresented some facts, they would revoke if you're a citizen already, they would revoke your citizenship, and they can and will deport you, and they will, also revoke your permanent residence. So it's not like they just revoke the citizenship and then you dial down to a permanent residence. They take everything and they basically deport you. So it is very serious and it is delicate. So you have to make sure that your facts are all in line when you're making a refugee claim. Now, after you make a refugee claim, you're usually unable to make what we will call, which is the next thing we're going to talk about, humanitarian and compassionate applications for at least 1 year, unless you have a child that has been directly affected if you were to be deported, or unless you have a medical condition and you can't receive treatment in your home country. This is the only way that you could make a humanitarian and compassionate application if you're refused refugee. And then when you make a refugee claim, you receive a conditional removal order, which is like a deportation order, as we will call it in the field, and is stayed, meaning that they don't deport you until your refugee claim comes to a final, until they make a final decision on your refugee claim. And once they have made a final decision on your refugee claim, if that decision is negative, your removal order kicks in, and then you are definitely up for deportation. So after making a refugee claim, if you're refused, you're given a deportation order and you have to leave Canada. So most persons, when their refugee claim is rejected, they are deported from Canada. Now, before we go ahead, do we have any questions?
Not yet, Shontel. I was wondering, last week we had some outstanding questions.
Oh, yes, we did. Yeah.
I was wondering if you want to, in fairness to those persons last week who did not have their questions answered, you may wish to look at a few of them. I know this presentation part 2 is quite detailed and you don't necessarily have a lot of time, but if you could go through just a few of the questions from last week.
Yeah, since we have no questions at this time, I wouldn't mind going through a few of those questions before we get on with the other part of the presentation. So do you have the questions that you could just the questions?
Okay, I can help you out here.
Yes, thanks. Thank you.
There was no problem. One of them was, somebody said you always hear that you have to have X amount of money available before you can apply for residence, etc. Is that still the case? If you have received a job opportunity and have all intention to start work when you reach Canada, do you still have to prove that you have certain amount of money to sustain yourself?
Well, yes and no. Now, for some programs, you have to have, and we'll go through that a little later on. It is in this presentation, so I think that person will have their question answered a little later. But just to just zoom in on it, for some programs, the financial requirement is embedded into the program itself. So the officers do have the legal discretion, to refuse the application if they don't have the amount of money there. And some programs, if you have a job offer, then you don't need to show any funds. Now, remember that job offers can fall through, right? So the purpose of having funds and showing funds in Canada is to show that you can support yourself and your family once you get here. Because even if when you come to Canada, if you're a permanent resident, you could basically go on welfare the next day you land. So they just want to make sure that you have enough money to support yourself and your family. So it is good advice to have the money there to avoid any kind of refusals or to avoid any kind of issues with immigration.
Okay, thanks. Shontel, there was another question last week. The person said that they are an RN, registered nurse, and currently studying in Canada. And how do they go about working in Ontario as an RN? I don't know if you're going to deal specifically with that. You're going to deal with working and so forth later, that you may want to touch on that then and leave it. I'm not sure.
Well,
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. No, you were continuing. Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
Okay.
You can answer that.
Well, with respect to, if the person, like they said, they're studying in Canada, like right now, there are some programs available for individuals that are in essential programs, and we will get to that a little later. But for the specifics as to if that person wants to work in their field as a nurse, they would have to contact the regulatory body in the particular province. So every province has a regulatory body that deals with nurses. So they will have to reach out to that particular regulatory body, to see what requirements they would need to practice as a nurse in Ontario, in that particular province. Right?
Okay.
But with respect to the immigration opportunities right now, there are some immigration opportunities that are available that we will get through a little later on in the presentation.
Okay, and one last one I'll touch on here. Sorry, actually two. Somebody says, how exactly do I apply for the open work permit? I have a study permit, but it expires in July. Where do I go to apply? What do I need? What is the process like? I'm not sure if you will be able to, if that's something you're touching on later, but if you are, hold on. There's somebody else that just came in and they asked, I am 21 and I was reading the Canada website. They made reference to $1,050 for persons 22 years and older for adult fees, and $150 for children. Which fee would I pay under family class? Because this person is 21 and they said $1,050 for 22 and over and $150 for children. So do they still fall in the children class being 21? And would they still pay $150, or would they go up to the $1,050 for the 22-year-olds?
That is a very good question. I think that with respect to, from my knowledge, with respect to when they talk about dependent children, yes, it is under the age of 22. So I think that person could get away with paying the $150, but it would depend on when that person is going to turn 22. Like if the application is being processed and in that duration of time the person is turning 22, immigration may request additional funds for that processing fee. So dependent children is anything under 22, so they would pay $150, but the adult costs, they look at adults from the age of 22 and above. Yeah. With respect to the question before, though, about the open work permits, that is a very specific question. The person is asking about what they would need, where they would go, on the website. Like the best thing I could say is they could try to navigate the government website. They could look for they could stick post-graduation work permits in the search bar. Anything further than that, the person should probably try to speak to me privately about, how they should go forward with that application.
Okay, great. And for those who joined after Shontel would have started her presentation, there is a disclaimer that we will put up again, a slide that we will put up again at the end, of course. And you know that although this seminar is facilitated by the Consulate General of Barbados at Toronto, that Shontel Atkinson is a consultant and she has her own practice, and this is a private practice that she has. So she is just assisting us by sharing some information. But if you do reach out to her privately, that would be, you would be reaching out to her as a private consultant. So this information, of course, in this session is a free information that you're getting through the Consulate General of Barbados. But if you do reach out to Shontel privately, like I said, she is a consultant, and a fee would more than likely follow thereafter. So just letting those who may have joined a little late and not be aware of that, know that upfront. Shontel, I will let you continue. We do have a couple more questions, but I know you have a lot, and maybe your presentation will answer some of these questions. Yes, the person is asking if they can have your contact information. Of course, that will also be put up on a slide that you can have Shontel's contact information, so that's not a problem. Somebody else is asking, will express entry process be discussed in this session?
Yes.
Yes, it will be. Okay, good. And there's another question, but I'll leave that one. So go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so yes, so we are still on the non-economic programs right now, which is, we just did family class, and this particular part is humanitarian and compassionate applications for permanent residents. This humanitarian and compassionate applications for permanent residents, they hold a special part in my heart. They are my specialty. I've been trained in these applications from the beginning of my career, and I have been, going steadily and strongly in these applications. So I do every area of immigration, but humanitarian and compassionate applications is my, that is my go-to applications. So these applications, we may be wondering what type of applications these are. These applications are for persons, foreign nationals that are usually living in Canada, and also persons outside of Canada, but they're not within the regular requirements of the immigration law. So if they want to qualify, they would love to get permanent residence in Canada. They want to qualify. They have looked at all the programs, look under the rocks, under the skies, for programs that they could be eligible under, but there are no programs that could be eligible. The Canadian government gives these individuals the opportunity to apply, for an exemption, to basically state their case before immigration, to say why they're deserving of having permanent residence, why they're not eligible to apply for permanent residence, and why they don't want to leave Canada, or why they want to enter Canada. So with these type of applications, they're very heavy applications, but I just want us all that are, that are on here that, may have of, persons in Canada that, they're not eligible for anything at the moment. There's still the option of actually gaining permanent residence, by submitting a type of case before immigration to basically advocate for your permanent residence. Now, the main factors for these type of applications, and I'm not going to spend too long on this because, like I said, they're heavy applications, and I don't want to confuse us or get us off path. But these applications are based on, like how established you are in Canada, if you have been like working in Canada, if you have been studying in Canada, basically your networks in Canada. How you were able to, establish and build yourself in Canada, what ties you have to Canada, so your family members in Canada. With respect to family members, I would like to say that, some of us have family members in Canada, but they're not under the family class, like what we discussed before. So they, they may be aunts, they may be uncles, they may be cousins. These type persons don't qualify for permanent residence under the family class, but under humanitarian and compassionate applications, they would definitely have a shot at having their case, pled before immigration, and actually, may have the opportunity to gain permanent residence. So humanitarian and compassionate applications, it focuses on any children that may have been affected, by that person's status in Canada or outside Canada. So any children that are supported, by the individual, any children that are, the applicant having to leave Canada would affect any children, whether they're in Canada or they're not in Canada. It looks at health considerations. It looks at, family violence considerations. It looks at what what the separation from your Canadian relatives and your Canadian friends will do to you, and will do to them as well. And it looks at your factors in the country of origin. Now, these applications are not refugee applications, so nothing in these applications are about running for your life or facing any kind of risk. Sometimes these things do come up in these applications, but the case is not built around these things. The case is mostly built around, your compelling factors, like how deserving you are to be in Canada, and why a deportation or why a removal from Canada, or why if you were to uproot yourself from Canada and leave to go back to your home country, why it would cause a hardship for you and your Canadian network. Now, humanitarian and compassionate applications are, they're applied for inside and outside Canada. The difference with what I went through before is inside Canada. The difference with outside applications is that you have to be actually meeting one of the classes. So you have to be under the family class, the economic class, or a refugee, or the refugee class. So you have to be making a distinct application under one of the classes first, before the officers could look at your humanitarian and compassionate arguments. But in Canada, basically anybody can apply. And humanitarian and compassionate applications are usually, they're usually mailed applications. So they're mailed to IRCC offices, and you're going to see these processing fees, reoccurring as we go on. The processing fees are 1,050 and then 150 for dependent children. These are the standard processing fees for permanent residents. And the processing for humanitarian and compassionate applications are, is usually around 12 months to 3 years. So sometimes it could take long, but very long. Sometimes it could take very long. Sometimes it could take, you could get it back as, sometimes within 12 months, within a year. But these applications for individuals who don't, like I said, don't have any other immigration options, and they're in Canada, those are the strongest type applications, then, they could possibly, qualify for their permanent residence under this category. Now, you could get more information for this category on the government website, which is www.canada.ca. Everything is on that website, basically. It takes you a while to find it, but it is there. Now, another category for permanent residents, and this is the last non-economic category that we're going to look at today, is temporary residents, which is applying for persons that have temporary residence. I think I touched on this briefly last week. So temporary resident permits are permits where persons are given because of some kind of inadmissibility. So if they had some kind of criminality or some kind of medical condition, and they were not able to apply for a regular visa, a regular study permit, a regular work permit, because they have these challenges, they could apply for what we call a TRP. And this TRP, has an actual pathway for permanent residence. So persons that hold TRPs, they can become permanent residents if, there's no additional inadmissibility apart from what the TRP was initially issued under. So usually persons, like I said before, are inadmissible. And if you basically got a TRP because of inadmissibility, to qualify for permanent residence, you have to ensure that there's no additional inadmissibility on top of what immigration knew about you before. They have to hold a current TRP, a valid TRP, and they would have had to reside continuously in Canada, for either 3 years to 5 years, depending on the nature of their inadmissibility. So for those of us who have, family members with situations, like having a TRP, they should know that they could apply for permanent residence. Now, in terms of the physical residence in Canada, as I said before, they have to make sure that they're living in Canada continuously. So a break in continuity is not encouraged. So they have to make sure that they haven't left Canada, because that would make them ineligible for applying for permanent residence on this category. They have to make sure there's no other inadmissibility, and there a distinction between those persons that could apply for their permanent residence at least 5 years, and then persons that could apply for their permanent residence 3 years. So persons that have been to Canada because of some kind of health condition, like to get treatment, or they are in Canada and they got a TRP because of some kind of health inadmissibility, they could qualify for permanent residence within 3 years if they have remained in Canada continuously, and also their family members could qualify for permanent residence as well. Everybody else that is under that TRP class can qualify for permanent residence within 5 years, but not everybody that is inadmissible and have had a TRP would be able to get permanent residence. So again, persons that are like terrorists, persons that are accused of human rights violations, serious criminality like murder, assault, more serious degrees of assault, organized crimes, etc. Those persons, even though they may have a TRP, they're not able to get permanent residence, because these, you're going to see these persons, when we talk about inadmissibility, the persons with the highest areas of inadmissibility are usually discouraged from settling in Canada. Obviously they don't want terrorists and so on there. They're usually discouraged. So Canada does not make it easy for persons that are inadmissible under the highest areas of inadmissibility, and they're very strict on that. Now, just before I continue to the economic programs, which I think everybody is really, really interesting in, do we have any questions on the non-economic programs that I talked about before? Consul or Sonia?
Yes, Shontel, I have a few questions here, and so you can decide if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah, one question is, can a person with permanent residence be deported from Canada?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a person from a person that is a permanent resident can be deported if they are found inadmissible under the highest areas of inadmissibility, like I discussed. So if they got themselves involved in any kind of espionage, any kind of security risk, any kind of terrorism, serious criminality as well, they can be deported. Yes, most definitely.
The other question is, this person, if a person applied for refugee status, and they are awaiting their hearing, can they go ahead and apply for PR while awaiting their refugee status hearing?
It depends on PR in what area. It depends on what area. So how Canada works is that, every permanent resident program is separate. So there is the possibility of applying for more than one permanent resident application at a time. But every time you launch any kind of application on the Canadian database, they have the information. So applying for different things could actually jeopardize your refugee claim. So if you are a person that, like for instance, you're applying for refugee, but then you want to say apply for, like express entry, it could be problematic because you can't use first of all, you can't use your work experience for refugee for a lot of things. And then, they would see that you're making, an application otherwise. So they might think that you are not a genuine refugee.
Okay, so it's advisable to let the refugee situation play out first.
Yes. The only time that I think is acceptable to apply for apply for something else, if you're applying for refugee, is if you are applying for spousal, like under the family class, if you're getting married and you're applying for spousal. Most people that would do that, they would withdraw their refugee claim and then they would just do their spousal application. But with a refugee, we have to remember, one thing I didn't mention is that with refugee, we have to remember that a refugee is not an area where you just submit an application to immigration and they review it. You actually go before the court. So the Immigration Refugee Board that I spoke about is actually an immigration court, and they actually ask you questions. Like they actually, they're very strict with their questions. They actually ask you a lot of questions about, your intentions in Canada, your experiences. It could be very challenging. So it's advised that if you're doing refugee, you just basically stick to that unless you see something else that you're interested in. In that case, you could withdraw your refugee claim and then go that route if it is absolute, if it is sure, guaranteed.
Another question is, a person wants to know, on one hand, you can apply for refugee status, but you also can apply for humanitarian and compassionate.
Okay.
And the person wants to know how should you determine which one, because they seem to be quite similar on areas of overlap. How do you decide which one is most appropriate?
Well, a refugee claim, like I said, is basically based on, it's based on a lot of persecution. So people that have been attacked, people that have faced gang violence, people that their life has been threatened, people that have no choice, like they have to flee. Like we all, watch television, we see pictures where people have to flee or they die. That is making a refugee claim. Like that is the basically the foundation of making a refugee claim. Everything else would fall under humanitarian. So if you face hardship, like if you would have a hard time coming back to Barbados or going back to your country of origin, reintegrating back into the society, if your family members will be affected, these things are more on the line of humanitarian. Now, when you make a refugee claim, you have to be very careful with both of them are similar, and the government knows this. And this is why if you make a refugee claim, you're actually barred from making a humanitarian and compassionate if that refugee claim is refused. So when you make a refugee claim, your refugee claim is rejected, you're not able to make a humanitarian and compassionate application until 1 year has passed. So that is one thing to make sure of. But a refugee claim is basically, if you're being attacked, if you're facing persecution, if you almost died, and you can prove it, because you have to prove all of this in the immigration courts. And if you can't prove it, and you basically don't have, these kind of experiences, it's better to make a humanitarian and compassionate application.
Okay, well, that is it for me. Consul General, you have any questions there?
Yes, I have one question for Shontel. Somebody is asking, in the lone relative option, how would a person prove that there is no one else to sponsor? And the person is saying, I have aunts and uncles and grandparents here in Canada. My parents are the only relatives not in Canada. Would that be enough?
With respect to, no, with the lone relative category, being the lonely part of lone relative is not for the person that is being sponsored, it's for the actual sponsor. So it's the actual Canadian citizen or permanent resident that has to be that is lonely. So not you as the person coming up, you can have your family members, but it's the person in Canada itself, the Canadian or permanent resident, that has to be lonely, that they don't have anybody that they could possibly sponsor. So they don't have any children, they don't have any spouses, they don't have any parents that they could sponsor. There's nobody that exists that they could sponsor. Then they could sponsor you.
Okay, thanks. I hope the person understood that. Yes, let me see. Okay, there is just one more, and then we'll cut off and let you continue. The last question I have, somebody says, I would like to know how long it takes in general for a student to migrate to Canada from Barbados. I am 20 years old and I would like to study in Canada. I'm currently working towards a bachelor's in graphic design here, as well as living to eventually become a permanent resident and eventually a citizen. I would like to know what would be the best option for me, which would maximize my chances before I turn 22. So it seems that the person is doing graphic design here in Canada. And they're saying they would like to study in Canada. They're 20 years old, want to do a bachelor's in graphic design, want to know what are their best options. But I think you're going to touch on that and so forth. But so maybe, or you can answer now, up to you. But that's the last one I have.
Well, I can answer it now because I think it's stemming from last week's, right? I think for that person being 20 and they're now about to do, they're now about to, embark on their studies, I would tell them the best option would be to study in Canada. Because when we get into the economic programs, we'll see that they have some requirements. And sometimes if you're a little bit too young, if you're more on the younger end, you might not have the requirements to fulfill those particular programs. So with that person being 20, I think they could definitely be in Canada and studying by the time they're 22. And when we're looking at the process of becoming a PR, you're looking at a 1 to 3 year you know, gap, but there's a lot of ifs when you're looking at the beginning of the process to the final steps and the final ultimate goal. So I would say that the best thing for that person is to look to see if they could study in Canada.
Okay, great. Yeah, you can go ahead. We have a couple more coming in, but of course, go ahead and then we can take those other questions after. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So we're looking at, right now, we're looking at economic programs. And personally, as a Barbadian, you know, migrating to Canada myself, I think that, you know, a lot of Barbadians are eligible under the economic programs. I don't think that refugee is you know, feasible for every single person. And I don't think that, you know, like humanitarian and compassionate, unless you're in Canada, you don't have, sometimes you don't have that strong case. But the economic programs, definitely. So we'll just explore these programs to see, you know, which ones. Now, the most popular one is Express Entry, that has been introduced to us since 2015. Express Entry is a management system that basically, you know, it holds the eligibility for 3 main economic programs in Canada, and these are federal programs. So for economic programs, it's important to note that we have the federal programs, which is by the government of Canada, and then we have the provincial programs that are within the provinces. So remember I said that in Canada we have over 100 immigration programs, and that is split between the federal and also the provincial. So sometimes when persons don't meet the federal criteria, they could definitely look into the provinces, you know, to see where they're eligible. Now, it's not possible to go through all of them, but Express Entry is something that I would like to explore a little bit. So Express Entry, we have the federal skilled workers, we have the federal skilled trades, and we have the Canadian experience class. Now, these are the only classes that, you know, are under the Express Entry system. Okay, there are no other classes. So you have to be eligible under one of these classes in order to come to Canada under the Express Entry system. Under the Express Entry, we have applicants are able to apply from anywhere in the world, because it's an application process that is primarily done online. And the candidates enter into a ministerial pool for selection by the Canadian government and provinces. So sometimes the provinces have access to the Express Entry system, and they're able to choose from in the Express Entry system as well. The government of Canada selects candidates at least twice every month. So they do selections at least twice, you know, inviting persons to, you know, apply for permanent residence under this system. Now, the information for the Express Entry can be found on the government website on www.canada.ca. And what I've found is that, you know, it for some immigration programs is very hard to navigate the website, but I think Express Entry, you know, is pretty clear cut. They have some interesting steps on the website with respect to how to apply under this program. Now, in terms of Express Entry, we have certain steps, you know, that, you know, you must take in order to, you know, reach the ultimate goal, which is permanent residence. Now, first of all, you have to meet the eligibility for one of the federal programs. One of the programs that I introduced before, we'll go through each of them in detail. You have to have your language test, what we call a language test or language test results, and your educational credential assessment if you were educated outside Canada. So Express Entry, like I said, it's fairly new. It is, you know, it was introduced in 2015, and this is the government's way of basically attracting the creme de la creme. So they want the best of the best. So what they do is they put you in a pool, and they rank candidates against each other, and the scores for, you know, qualifying, they go up and they go down. And basically the government has total control as to who they want, you know, to qualify under this particular program, because they could manipulate the scores as they do, you know, to attract the best of the best. So I would say that a person, I'll say this before going any further, a person for Express Entry has a better chance if they have completed their studies. And I mean, you know, acquiring, you know, one or two, well, not one, but at least two post-secondary diplomas or degrees. So somebody that has like a master's and a bachelor's, or have like a bachelor's and an associate degree, or somebody that has a PhD, or somebody that is in the professional field, like, law or being a medical doctor. These persons, are, the more educated you are, and the better your language test results, which we'll go into those a little bit later, but the better your language test results, so the better you are at speaking English or speaking French, and the better educated you are, and the more work experience you have, it would make you more eligible under express entry. And then we can't forget the age. So the age is very important. They want to attract persons that are younger in age. So persons that are between the ages of, say, 23 to 25, going up to 35, would have the best possible, they will have the best possible outcome in going through the express entry, because those are the age groups that Canada is looking for. Is a program that was specifically developed to attract, skilled individuals that are highly educated to basically come to Canada and take part in the economy. So they want you to work in Canada, boost the economy. So for express entry, it is benched on your language test results and your educational credentials. If you're educated outside Canada, if you're educated in Canada, your education is as is. But if you're educated outside Canada, you need what we call an education credential assessment. And with respect to express entry, you create and submit a profile to enter into this system. And once you create your profile and you are eligible, and you have what we call a competitive score, which varies from month to month, year to year. And once you have a competitive score at that given time, you would receive an invitation to apply for permanent residence. And you apply for permanent residence, you get your approval, and then you're able to travel to Canada yourself and your family members. So for most Barbadians, and we are very educated in Barbados, that are looking to move to Canada, express entry, would be is a really good opportunity for them, to apply for permanent residence. And with respect to the question that I think I got that question before, that Sonia just asked about a person, being young in age, the steps that would take. If a person is 20, if they're in the 20s or they're 21, they might not be at the appropriate age, or they might not have the appropriate qualifications for express entry, because as I said, you need to have the more education you have, the more work experience you have, the better it is for you. Now I have some need to knows here about express entry. Now for express entry, the process is started by creating an express entry profile on the government website. And there's no government fee to create this profile. It is free to create this profile, but the profile cannot be created without language test results and your educational credential assessment if you're educated outside Canada. Now, as I said, this is an economic program, so Canada is looking at they're looking at your capabilities as to how you can integrate into the Canadian society right away, into the Canadian economy especially. So they want to see that you're very fluent in English, or French, because Canada is bilingual, and they want to see that you are, your education can be compared, it can be equivalent to on the Canadian standards. So essentially the ECA is about you know, is about assessing your education that you have gained outside Canada to see if that education is on the Canadian standards. So the express entry profile itself is valid for 1 year. And after that 1 year is up, you have to apply to renew that profile, or you have to create a new profile to be in the pool for another year. And when you're in the pool and you've gotten what we call an invitation to apply for permanent residence, then you have to look at the government processing fees, which is, we'll go through the processing fees a little later on, but there are government fees associated with actually applying for the permanent residence. So for express entry, there's no upfront costs for the government. If you go with a counselor or lawyer, they will, they will charge you throughout the process. But with respect to that upfront cost, of creating the profile, there's no upfront cost for the government, but when you're applying for permanent residence, then you need to pay the government processing fees. Now, how the system works is that, like I'm explaining, is in 2 stages. So the first stage is to create your profile and get into the pool. And then the next stage is to get your invitation to apply. Once you have created your profile and the government sees your profile and your score is highly competitive, and they issue what we call rounds of invitations, and you get your invitation to apply, you're given 90 days to apply for permanent residence. So it is an online application where you have to upload a lot of documentation, and it could get very meticulous, but they give you 90 days to apply for that permanent residence. For express entry, like with all permanent resident applications, you will need police clearances, and you would also need to do immigration medicals when you're applying for PR. So this is one thing to take into consideration. And then for the in terms of the entire process, like I've put an estimate on the entire process, and this is apart from COVID. So, we can't give any estimates for COVID for the time that we're applying in now, because these are totally unprecedented times. But, apart from COVID, when you're applying through the express entry, the entire process can take from 8 months to a year. This is give or take that you were to get an invitation to apply relatively soon, like as soon as you put in your express entry profile. But the process, is relatively quick. They process the applications online, and they usually have a quick turnaround. Now, for immigration, right now, because of COVID, we've had a lot of delays for processing, because, they're short staff, everything is going topsy-turvy. But, once COVID clears, we're hoping that the processing times could go back to being efficient as they were, which would have been, like the whole process taking about a year. So persons who are inadmissible to Canada, as we're discussing throughout this whole immigration process, they would be inadmissible even if they apply under express entry, because Canada does not encourage persons that are inadmissible. It is usually advised that if you have any kind of inadmissibility, you address that inadmissibility by applying for some kind of humanitarian or temporary resident permit before before attempting to apply for any kind of permanent programs like express entry. Now, the first program that we're going to look at in express entry is the federal skilled worker. We call it the FSW. So you may hear me say FSW during. With respect to this particular program, it has a distinct eligibility. And I think that this program, for persons that are educated outside Canada, like persons that are, say, coming from Barbados, they're highly educated and they have their work experience, this is a program that they would mostly qualify under. And this program has certain minimum requirements, like the work experience, language, and education requirements. The work experience could be Canadian work experience, or it could be foreign work experience, but the work experience has to be within, specific occupations. So for this program, there is a selection criteria eligibility that you have to meet even before the actual express entry system is built into the express entry system. You don't see it, but you have to have at least 67 out of 100 for their particular selection criterias. And their selection factors range from age, education, work experience, arranged employment, language, and adaptability. Now, age, like I said, for any kind of economic program, they're looking for persons that are, young in age. So the younger you are, the more points you get. So the ages for express entry, especially this federal skilled worker program, the hot ages are the most, the ages that would get the highest scores are between, say, around 23 or 24, to say 35. And then education, again, if you have, the more education you have, the more points you're awarded. And then work experience, again, the more work experience you have, the more points you're awarded. And arranged employment. Now, when they say arranged employment in Canada, they mean an LMIA. We discussed that last week. So it means that the government has, your employer in Canada or an employer in Canada wants to hire you and they have asked the government permission for you to work in Canada, so they have proven that there's no Canadian or permanent resident that could do the job and you're issued an LMIA. So arrange employment under express entry, it is not it is not valid unless it comes with an LMIA. And then language, for express entry, the higher your language scores, again, the more points you get on express entry, you're more eligible. And then adaptability. Now, for persons that are coming to Canada with their spouse, their spouse, you get points for your spouse's education levels, you get points for your spouse's language abilities as well. And then if you have any family members like uncles, aunts, grandparents, parents in Canada, you get points for having, those family members under this particular eligibility criteria. Is all of, I think for family members, they only give you like 5 points though. Everything else is based on your language, your spouse's language, previous studies in Canada, previously working in Canada, is about adaptability. So it's about, your ties that are established in Canada already. Now, the federal skilled worker, like I said, this is the most popular for persons, coming up from the Caribbean and different places who have had federal skilled work experience. Now, when the government is talking about federal skilled work experience, they're mostly speaking of jobs that basically, you have some kind of managerial experience, you have some kind of professional experience, technical jobs like in the skilled trades, persons that are, technical jobs in the skilled trades, like for instance, like you have the skilled trades as like carpenters and plumbers and so on. But for this particular federal skilled worker, they're more looking at persons that are like invigilators, administrative assistants, secretaries, persons in those type positions. Now, you have to have at least 1 year within the last 10 years of work experience, to be eligible. So if you have more than 1 year, that you would get more points, but the minimum is 1 year within 10 years. So if somebody has work experience of 6 months or 8 months, they're not eligible for this program. And if the work experience if the work experience predates the 10-year period, again, you wouldn't be eligible. The experience has to be within the most recent 10 years, and it has to be at least 1 year continuous. Okay, now last week when I introduced the work permits, I introduced the NOC, which is the National Occupational Classification, which houses different occupations. You could always check that that particular slide from last week, to see of the different NOCs and the different skill levels, because it comes into play for permanent residents. So for federal skilled workers, you're encouraged to have NOCs of 0, A, and B, and these are the only NOCs that make you eligible. So basically, any kind of job that has a requirement for a university education, managerial experience, have a degree or diploma, would be the jobs that are in line with express entry, would be in line with this federal skilled worker class. And jobs that you only need high school education or on the job training would be more skill level C and D, and those are excluded from express entry system altogether. So for express entry, we're only dealing with 0 jobs in skill level 0, skill level A, and skill level B. Now, in terms of the language, because the language, like I said before, you cannot create your express entry profile without having done your language tests. For your language test, you have to do an approved language test. In IELTS, there's some language organizations that facilitate this test, that is for immigration purposes. You have IELTS, you have CELPIP, you have TEF, and you have TCF. The TEF and the TCF are for persons that are speaking French, they're French speaking, and the IELTS and CELPIP is mostly for individuals that are speaking English, that are English speaking. And you're tested on your writing, your reading, your listening, and your speaking, and you're given individual scores for each ability. So in order to be eligible under the Federal Skilled Worker Program itself, you have to have what we call a CLB, which is Canadian Language Benchmark, a CLB of 7 in all abilities. So once you get your language test results, the test results will actually tell you the CLB. So for IELTS, they have scores that would be converted to the CLB. And then for the CELPIP, they would tell you the scores that are exactly in that Canadian language benchmark. But for the Federal Skilled Worker Program, you have to have a minimum of CLB 7 in all language abilities. Now, from my experience in the past, since Express Entry has been introduced, persons with higher language, so I would tell anybody immigrating to Canada, aim to get, a CLB 9, at least, because there, you would be getting the maximum points that you could possibly get for language on the Express Entry. So even though CLB 7 is here and it makes you eligible, it might make you eligible, but it might not make you competitive. Now, for the language, here I have, some conversion charts with respect to the language. You could go to the CELPIP, the website for CELPIP and the website for IELTS. If you stick CELPIP or IELTS into the Google search engine, the actual testing centers and so on will give you more information about the tests. And here we have the scores. The different is broken down into the different abilities and the different scores. And then on the far left side, we have the NOCs. So the different NOCs that is requiring certain language scores, and we have it for the CELPIP and the IELTS. So for somebody that is English speaking, the only test that we could do that is good for immigration purposes is the CELPIP test, the CELPIP general test, and the IELTS test that is good for immigration. There's no other test that is, that is compatible with Canadian immigration at the moment, unless you're French speaking, and then you do the TEF and the TCF, the TEF and the TCF, yes. Now, in terms of the education requirement for the Federal Skilled Worker, there is an education requirement. And so meaning when they say education requirement, it means that you must have a certificate, diploma, or degree for either secondary school, like high school, or post-secondary. Again, in my experience, if you have just high school, it would make you eligible, but it wouldn't make you competitive. So persons that have post-secondary education, that have like masters, that have bachelors, that have 2 or more certificates or degrees or diplomas would definitely be more competitive under this system. And again, if you weren't educated in Canada, you have to get your credentials assessed before even creating your profile. So you must get your what we call an ECA to compare your education on Canadian standards. Now, in terms of the ECA, certain designated institutions are the ones that, basically assess your education. So it's basically like the language, where you have certain designated language centers that deal with the language. These are the designated institutions that deal with your ECA reports. And the ECA report is valid for 5 years. So, all these designated institutions are they are in conjunction with the Canadian government, and basically, they have a very wide database of, almost every school in the world. And once if your aim is that if you did a bachelor's at University of West Indies, you would want that bachelor's to be equivalent on the Canadian standards as a bachelor's in Canada, because you're not going to get your points, you're not going to get your education points, for certain degree and certain designations unless it is equivalent on the Canadian standards. Now, I think someone asked about the proof of funds. Now, for Federal Skilled Worker and for Express Entry, you do need proof of funds. And with respect to who would need proof of funds, especially are persons coming under the Federal Skilled Worker Program, and persons also coming under the Federal Skilled Trades Program, which we're going to get to next. They have to show that they could support themselves and their family members while when they move to Canada. And like I said, the purpose of having proof of funds is to show the Canadian government that you're not intended to just, come to Canada and bum it and just, go on welfare. They want to make sure that if you're coming to Canada, you have a start, you have some kind of start, and they want to make sure that you have this money in the bank this money that is physically, sitting there in the bank, ready to, support your settlement and your move from Barbados or wherever you're coming from to Canada. So it is not money that you pay to the government, it's just money that you have to show them that you're basically that you have to support yourself and your family members. Now, one of the things that we have to point out is that I have to point out is that even if you're applying under express entry, even if your family members are not coming with you, your immediate family members, I'm not talking about like your aunts and your uncles, but your, like say your children and your spouse, even if they're not coming to Canada at the time when you're coming to Canada, you're still required to show that you have enough funds. And the main purpose for this is because when you become a permanent resident, because these programs facilitate permanent residency, you apply on the outside, you get your approval and you come to Canada and you're landed as a permanent resident. So when you actually set foot on Canadian soil, you are a permanent resident, and it would mean that you have access to all the amenities that permanent residents have. So, a person that, basically is a permanent resident, they can go on welfare and they have certain privileges as they can, sponsor their family members. So they want to make sure that you can support not only yourself, but your family members, so that in the event that you change your mind and you decide that you want them to come up a week after you become a permanent resident, you have already satisfied the government that you have enough money to support everybody. Now, in terms of proof of funds, with respect to showing the proof of funds, and the Canadian government is very picky with respect to what you show as proof of funds. There's some people that ask if you can show land, if you can show, if you can show like, any kind of property, for proof of funds. These are not proof of funds. Proof of funds has to be actual money, liquid money that you can actually transfer from one bank account to the next. And for the proof, they want you to get an official letter from your bank, or bank statements, or a letter and bank statements. And the letter has to usually be printed on the financial institution's letterhead for them to see that it is legit. They want the contact information. They want the address, the telephone number, all that stuff from the bank. They want it to include your name. They want a list of any outstanding debts, such as credit card debts and loans. That is something that I don't see that on every single letter from the bank. So I've seen immigration accept letters without that information, but it's good to have everything that they have on their site. It's good to have everything there. They want you to include, for every bank account or investment account that you're showing the Canadian government, they want the account numbers, they want the date each account was opened, they want the current balance of each account, and they want the average balance in the past 6 months. Now, the reasoning for asking for this information is that they want to make sure the money is not supposed to be given to you. So the money is supposed to be money that you have. And if they basically see your transaction history and they realize that, a lump sum of money has, mysteriously gone into your bank account just in time for applying for the permanent residence, they begin to ask questions. They poke and they ask questions, and they ask you to provide extensive documentation to show your source of funds and to show that the money is actually yours. So it's advised that if you're looking to apply for express entry and you're looking to come under these categories, that you actually start saving and you start putting your money into your bank account in small increments over a period of time, so that they could see that there's nothing suspicious about your funds and how you were able to accumulate your funds. Now, with respect to the federal skilled trades, this is the next category that we're going to look at. So the federal skilled worker is more, there's an education requirement. There's work experience requirement. The federal skilled trades, is for specific categories, but the federal skilled trades persons still need to have proof of funds as well. So they still need to make sure that they have proof of funds. And like someone asked before about having a job offer, being that in these programs is embedded that you must have proof of funds. There's sometimes I've seen cases where persons, even though they have a job offer or they're working in Canada, sometimes the officers, they they send, requests for additional information asking for your proof of funds. And based on the law, they can refuse the application if you don't, if you don't have, the amount of funds to support yourself and your family members. And it wouldn't be challenged in any higher courts because it is already embedded in the law. So it's good to make sure that if you are moving to Canada, to make sure that you have, your proof of funds, you have your proof of funds. Now, for the federal skill trades, for this particular program and for any express entry program, you must show that you plan to live outside of Quebec. Now, in the beginning of the slides, I showed you a provincial map. Canada, we have our provinces, we have our territories, but provinces have different immigration programs, but Quebec is very special because Quebec basically is, they have signed an agreement with the government and they have their own immigration programs. So anytime you see federal immigration programs such as what we're going through here today, it excludes Quebec. So Quebec is not involved in the mix. If you want to apply for Quebec or you want to live in Quebec, you have to show that you have to basically go through Quebec immigration. They have their own immigration department and it actually works alongside the federal immigration department, but Quebec does its own thing. So for those of you who have family members in Quebec, you're thinking about settling in Quebec, you have to basically go to the government of Quebec and see their requirements for permanent residence. For everybody else in Canada, these programs are fit for everybody else in all the other provinces in Canada. Now, for the federal skilled trades, which is the next program under express entry, there's no education requirement. So unlike the federal skilled worker, you don't have to have an ECA. There's absolutely no education requirement. If you have education that you want to, include, like if you were somebody that is a carpenter or plumber, but you previously did a degree or diploma, you can include those programs, that education into your profile. But again, you would need an ECA. But if you want to qualify for this particular for the trades, you wouldn't necessarily need education. Now, language, as I said before, for permanent residence is always a main thing. You always need language. So you have to meet certain levels in English or French. And for the federal skilled trades, you need to have a certain amount of years of work experience. So under the federal skilled worker, it was 1 year in 10 years continuously. And for the federal skilled trades, it is 2 years within 5 years before you apply. So it is slightly different. And then you have to meet the job requirements that is in that particular skilled trade. And, except for needing a certificate of qualification, which we're going to go through a little soon. And you must have either an LMIA, so a full-time employment job offer, which is supported by an LMIA, or you have to have a certificate of qualification. So for the federal skilled trades, somebody that's thinking about coming under the trades, having a job or having what we call a certificate of qualification, are, two of the most important criteria. So for those of you who are like plumbers, carpenters, welders, bricklayers, persons in the trades, you definitely need to have that either a job offer or a certificate, what we call a certificate of qualification. There's no other way to be eligible under this program. Now for the federal skilled trades and the work experience. Like I said, for express entry, when we look at the NOC levels, you'll see NOC levels for National Occupational Classification. The NOC levels range from 0, A and B. It does not include C and D. And for persons in the trades, like I gave some examples that you have, carpenters, plumbers, welders. You also have chefs and cooks and butchers and bakers, persons that are more in the skills, they have done vocational skills. Those are the persons that would more come under this category. And as I said, even though you have the work experience, which is 2 years out of that 5-year period, in the past, you need to make sure that you have either a job offer in Canada supported by an LMIA, or you need to have a certificate of qualification. Now, with respect to your work experience under the trades, you can have job offers from, up to 2 employers. So under the federal skilled worker, usually if you get a job offer, it would be for 1 employer. But under the trades, you could have a job offer from up to 2 employers. And this is because most of the trades are seasonal. So there's some, some trades that only go for certain parts of the year. So you can have 2 employers actually apply for LMIA on your behalf. And under this particular, federal skilled trade, your work experience that you're counting towards your permanent residence, it does not have to be continuous. So it could be non-continuous, and the work experience that you have to be acquired after obtaining some kind of qualification to do that job. Now, I've spoken to many persons in the trades, in Barbados and in other countries like across the world. And one thing I realize is that even if you may be from a particular country and you have learned the trade, from a relative, or you have learned the trade, from, basically being, good with your hands, but you never actually obtain a certificate in that trade, it wouldn't work for express entry. You actually have to have your certificate to show that you did some kind of vocational training, for your experience to be counted for express entry. So even if you were to be a plumber, like say if your father was a plumber and you did plumbing for 10 years, and then you went to school and then got your certificate, you came out and then you did plumbing for additional 5 years, for express entry is only the 5 years that would count. The 10 years prior to practicing that trade without being qualified does not count for express entry. Now, for the certificate of qualification, which you need either the job offer or this certificate of qualification, the certificate of qualification is offered through the provinces. So for every single province in Canada, there's a trade authority. So in Canada, we regulate everything. We regulate consultants, we regulate nurses, we regulate trades. So for persons that are in the trades, like, being a carpenter or being like a plumber, like I said, if you're looking to go to a particular part in Canada, like say if you're looking to move to Ontario, you need to contact the Ontario Trades Authority that deals with the qualifications in Ontario, because if you are moving to Canada under the trades, you're not able to practice a certain trade unless you get that certificate of qualification. How the Canadian government sees it is that, people come from different parts of the world with different expertise, but they want everything to be equivalent on the Canadian standard. So in order to get that certificate of qualification, you either do an apprenticeship and year, to get certified and get familiar with how trades work in Canada, or you apply to do the examinations in Canada. Now, for COVID, at this time with COVID, it's not possible to do the certificate of qualification, because you need to travel to Canada in order to do the certificate of qualification. And, now obviously, you can't travel to Canada unless you have like a family member who's a Canadian or permanent resident. So for the certificate of qualification, just keep in mind that you either have to do an apprenticeship or you have to physically travel to Canada to challenge the examinations in that particular province that you're moving. So once you get that certificate of qualification, then you could use the code on that certificate of qualification to put in your express entry application, and then only then would they accept your profile under the express entry for persons that are coming under the trades. No, for the federal skilled trades, you still need to meet, there's still a language eligibility component. So you need to take a language test that is consistent with what we looked at before, either IELTS or CELPIP, and for persons that are speaking French, TEF or TCF. And you have to meet the minimum language benchmark, but unlike federal skilled worker is CLB 5. So the scores are a little bit less, it's CLB 5 and 4. So they make the differentiation. So 5, CLB 5 for speaking and listening, and then CLB 4 for reading and writing. Now, the Canadian experience class is the last class that we're going to go through under express entry. And for this particular class, we call it the CEC class, this is more in line with persons that, we went through last week about working in Canada, studying in Canada. And these, the Canadian experience class is especially appealing for those persons that have studied in Canada and have worked in Canada, because it basically fast tracks them to permanent residence. The downside is that they're put in the same express entry pool as everybody else, and they have to compete with everybody else. But under the Canadian experience class, we've seen the government, make a lot more exceptions and make a lot more leadway for these persons to get permanent residence. So I would say in the express entry pool, these persons get priority because they actually have proven themselves. They actually basically, worked in Canada, studied in Canada. So they have shown that they're established and they're integrated into the Canadian economy already. So under the Canadian experience class, you have to have at least 1 year of full-time or equivalent part-time work within the 3 years before applying for permanent residence. And this 1 year, it can be, it can be non-continuous. It doesn't have to be continuous. And again, it has to be in NOC 0, A and B. So the work experience, has to be in terms of international students, the work experience has to begin after their graduation. So for international students, the work experience while they're in school, if they happen to get a good job in school, it doesn't count towards their permanent residence. The work experience gained in Quebec counts, but again, remember Quebec does its own thing. So if you're applying and you're showing that you want to live in Quebec, you have to apply through Quebec. For express entry, Canadian experience class, you can't be self-employed, so they don't count the work experience when you're self-employed. And then if you are a person that is applying for a refugee and you have gotten your work permit, and even though you may have a good job, you can't use that work experience for the Canadian experience class. They don't allow you. Now, in terms of the language criteria, there is a language requirement, and the language requirements are, there's a differentiation. So because the CEC has international students and it also has persons that worked in Canada, persons that are applying under Canadian experience class that are under the trades, so they worked in Canada as plumbers, bakers, chefs, etc., they need to get, a CLB5 in language. And then all other persons that are coming under the NOC level 0 and A, they would need a CLB7. Now, one of the great things about the Canadian experience class is that, there's no need to show settlement funds. So like I usually tell persons, when you're looking to migrate to Canada and you're looking to come under the federal skilled worker or the federal skilled trades, one of the drawbacks for persons is that they have to come up with these settlement funds. They have to show the government that they have this money. But when you're coming under the Canadian experience class, you don't have to show those settlement funds. So for persons that have worked in Canada, have been through the system, like studied in Canada and then got the work permit, and then they want to apply for permanent residence, they don't need to show those settlement funds just because they're coming under this particular Canadian experience class. Now, the express entry system, and now that we have gone through the different classes within the express entry system, the different programs, the express entry system allocates its points by a comprehensive ranking system. And the comprehensive ranking system, it gives points based on your education, based on your work experience. It gives points based on your foreign work experience, your Canadian work experience. It gives you points based on your language, your education levels. It gives you, points based on a wide variety of factors. And basically these points that you get are the points that, you enter into the pool. And these are the points that, that is, primary when the government is issuing you an invitation to apply. So for the comprehensive ranking system, which is the point system itself, the actual points that you're getting, we call them the CRS scores. On the government website, I have the link here. There is an actual tool that you could input your information into into the government website to actually calculate your scores automatically. Now you can calculate them manually as well, but once the tool is pretty good. So once you put in your information in this tool, it will tell you what your CRS score is. And on the government website, it also gives you, an idea as to the rounds of invitation. So right now, as we speak today, the competitive scores, for express entry is like between 465 and say 476. 465 and 476. So this means that if you were to create your express entry profile today and you want to like get an invitation right away, you would be in that, that competitive range. That would more, I wouldn't say guarantee, but it would definitely, you would have a high likelihood of getting an invitation to apply for permanent residence. Persons that are on the lower percentile, like the early 400s and 300s, sometimes, unless miraculously the government decides to lower their scores all the way down, they usually would have to, try to, apply through the provinces or try to find another way to come to Canada. One of the easiest ways, as I said last week, is, to be an international student. They welcome international students and persons that worked in Canada. So the system is automatically made to benefit persons that have went through the Canadian system already. So if you're a person that went to school in Canada, you get, points for just having gone to school in Canada. So you get additional points on what you would have gotten if you were coming on the outside. For persons that came on the outside and they have their experience from, say, Barbados or somewhere else, and then they did, further education in Canada, they get points for having that education in Canada, having their foreign work experience. And then if you actually got Canadian work experience on top of that, you could end up with scores like around 500, 560, 570. Some people get 530. So if you are a person that, is already integrated into the Canadian economy already, and you are international student, or you are, a person that worked in Canada, you're coming under that CEC class, sometimes you have a higher chance of getting, higher scores on the express entry. Now I'm just going to, with respect to the government fees, so for any kind of, here I have the government fees for the economic programs, because the government fees are different for non-economic programs and economic programs. Economic programs is a little more expensive. So for the government fees, you see that I have the fees here, the processing fees and the right of permanent residence fees vary. And for children, you see that is a little bit more expensive. So before it's for family classes and other non-economic programs, it is 150, and here it is 225. Now, before I go any further, I just want to find out if we have any questions on express entry.
Yeah,
of course, you have plenty. You have plenty questions, and I'm glad. I know we're kind of winding down for time, but Shontel, there are a couple things that I really do want to, a couple questions I really do want to get in here very quickly. Sorry, Consul, if you don't mind. We have a question from Shane, and Shane was the first person, and he had a two-part question. So Shane says, my wife has her master's in finance, 6 years supervisory management, but I have a family, my brother, my mother, my father, who are residents in Canada. I am doing I'm doing a BSc in marketing, and we have 3 kids. So how, 20 years old to 5 years old, how eligible will we be?
So given the education and given the work experience, it sounds like you would be very eligible. But like I said, with express entry is not only the education, also the age. So, you would basically, I would advise him to, plug his information into the CRS tool, to see what his scores would be. I would say probably like around 400 and something, but it does sound like the person would be eligible, no doubt, but it's just a matter of if they'll be competitive. And that would depend on the age, that would depend on the type of scores they get. So they would have to do the language test. And depending on the type of, if they get higher on the language test, like more towards a CLB 9, it would definitely increase their scores. But so far, the person sounds like they are eligible.
Okay, because I think he says here they're 38. he and his wife are 38 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds like a 30-year-old. Yes, so the maximum points you get for language on the not for language, sorry, for age on express entry is 110, like around 110, 120. And I think after 35, every birthday after 35, there's a 6 to 5 point difference. So I think yes, I think that they definitely would be eligible, but in terms of the exact CRS score, I wouldn't be able to tell the person that, but it does sound like if they will be eligible.
Okay, thanks. Okay, just very quickly then, I see someone says, my son recently completed his second year in a 4-year undergrad program in computer science. What would be the best pathway for him? Or would the best pathway for him be via post-grad work permit on completion of his studies, or would he qualify for express entry at that time? So he is, yeah, he's on his second year in a 4-year grad program, and they want to know if he would qualify for express entry at this time, or best bet would be to continue via the post-grad work.
The best bet would be to continue via the post-graduation work permit. Because, first, the person has not completed the degree. So once they complete, they would actually get, because if you don't complete your degree, one part of express entry, if I didn't explain it properly, my apologies, but one part of express entry is that you have to complete your specific studies. So if you have done partial studies, it doesn't count that. It has to be a complete study. So the more degrees, the more certificates you have, the better it is. And for persons that, may have children in Canada and they may be wondering if they could fast track them to permanent residence, with children, especially persons that are younger, like 22s, the 21-year-olds, even the 25-year-olds, what I see is missing in their applications usually is that work experience. So they're going to be competing against persons in Canada and outside Canada that have had like 10 years of work experience or 5 years of work experience. So even though you might have the education criteria and you might have the education eligibility, you might not have the amount of work experience to make yourself competitive on the express entry.
Okay, well, that answers Marquita's question, because she says, Marquita, I hope you heard that explanation, because Marquita says that she has 2 degrees, a good standing job in the healthcare profession in Ontario, but she's 22. So she was asking if it would still be recommended for her to apply for the express entry. So I think you pretty much answered that for Marquita as well. Yeah. And somebody else is asking, would a dependent of 18 years old need to get a medical if both myself and the dependent they're currently living in Canada?
So if somebody is anybody that's applying for immigration in Canada, regardless of whatever, when it comes to permanent residence, you always need a medical. So regardless of how old your dependents are, everybody would need a medical. So if you're applying for yourself and your husband and your daughters, back home, and they're dependent, they're under the age of, they're under the age of 18, they're under the age of 22, and they're not coming with you, the whole entire family has to get medicals. And that is just a standard for permanent residents.
Okay, so, even if they're living in Canada.
So even if they're living in Canada.
Right, okay, so you understand that. I think that was Sharon. And Anya is asking, and somebody else asked this as well, does your language test result need to be valid until the end of the process of applying and receiving approval?
That's a really good question. So the language test, is valid for 2 years. So usually most language tests are valid for 2 years, and the language test has to be valid at the time you apply for permanent residence. But when you apply for permanent residence, is locked in. So once you apply for permanent residence, it basically is frozen in time until the process is done. But prior to applying for permanent residence, if the test expires, you have to basically do the test. You have to apply for permanent residence with a valid test. Once you apply for permanent residence with that valid test, is locked in.
Okay, sorry, Shontel, but they got a couple questions coming in rapid now.
It's okay.
And I think, yeah, and this is the last one. If we don't mind, I'd like to, I know people want to hear their answers. So somebody is saying, would a recent graduate from an 8-month program be able to qualify under the new program where immigration is seeking to obtain 40,000 international students who created?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, good. Well, let's hold that. Let's hold that. I'll hold that one. And how does EE work with ongoing remote education, such as professional certification or degree programs, are you still eligible and welcome to apply? So they're asking the express entry, remote education. How does that work? Are you still
So
eligible?
Canada, so for express entry, if you have remote education, like we call it distance learning in Canada. So if you did your studies distance in terms of distance learning, if you do your ECA and the ECA comes back that whatever program masters, because express entry is only looking at the education. They're not looking at whether you were in Canada or not. So yes, distance learning does count, but you would have to make sure that whatever school you went to, that when you do the ECA, that is, the ECA is going to come out on the same Canadian standard. So for instance, some people might do, schools from, do programs from schools that are unrecognized. And when they actually do the ECA, instead of getting like a master's, it might come back to a bachelor's equivalent. So, that is the only thing, but yes, it would count.
Okay, great. And Andre, I think you got your question answered, because Andre asked, if my profile expires after the year and I create a new profile, will I need to resit the language exam, or will my previous score still count? And I think you explained that already, Shontel, because you said that the language test is valid for 2 years. So if after the year and your language test is still available, then yes, your previous score will count. However, if it expires before you actually submit, as Shontel said, then no.
Yes.
And the other thing
on that question, one thing I must say about the language test as well is that persons are not, you can do for express entry, you can do the language test as many times as you want. So anytime you do the language test, like if you were to do the language test and you get less than a desired score, you can always go back and do the language test again and update your profile with the updated language results to basically increase your score. So I just want to put that in there for anybody that may have asked that or is wondering.
Yeah, and the other question with respect to the language test is somebody saying, due to COVID-19 and travel restrictions, is there any consideration to having test centers in Barbados?
No, there are no test centers in Barbados. That's something that we can all advocate for as Barbadians, because I do think that we need one in Barbados, but right now there's no, there are no test centers in Barbados at the moment.
Okay. And very quickly, just a couple more very quickly. Somebody's asking, I'm a student and I also run my own sole proprietorship business in Barbados, and it is my main source of income. I am coming to Canada this September as a student with a study permit. Is it possible to take my business with me, or should I adapt to run my business from Canada while it still operates from Barbados? They didn't say what it is, of course, but obviously something that they seem to be able to move. But they're asking, what should they do?
I think it's a personal preference. Now, in terms of working in Canada, running your own business in Canada, as a student, you have to, with respect to studying in Canada, your study permit would allow you to basically work running that business. It covers that. But the problematic part is when you are ready to apply for PR. If you want to apply for PR, and you want to use that business, for Canadian experience class, especially, you can't be self-employed. So that is one thing to consider. But in terms of whether they want to run the business from Barbados or in Canada, is their personal preference.
Okay, and somebody's asking, education from the United States, does that help? Does that qualify, or do you still need to go through having the ECA done and so forth, or do you have, if you have United States education, is that an automatic thing?
United States education is not Canadian, so yes, it basically persons educated in the United States falls under the category of anywhere else but Canada. So as long as you don't have, if you have Canadian education, you don't have to do the ECA. But if you don't have Canadian education from anywhere else in the world, you have to get an ECA. It has to be compared on Canadian standards.
Okay, somebody's asking, is there where could one have their ECA done in Barbados? I think you had up a slide. Is there somewhere in Barbados?
No, it's nowhere in Barbados. So all the ECAs are usually done online. So if you go, I put up, basically when a person is able to access the slides, they'll be able to see the most popular organization that we use is WES. So I always, instruct all my clients to do their ECAs through WES. If you pop in ECA WES, WES, it will come up, you're able to basically do everything online. So it's nothing that you have to you have to physically hand in. You basically create an account online and you upload your documents and so on online, and they facilitate with your schools to get your transcripts and so on. So everything is done online.
Okay, and would a 20-year-old need to have proof of funds?
A 20-year-old. Or you mean like a dependent? Is there more to that question?
Well, I know that's it. That was a part of the first question about the ECA. So I'm assuming this person is going to be making an application. And I would think that if you are making your own personal application, then proof of funds will be required. But you would say, yeah, I don't think it's a dependent.
Okay, well, a 20-year-old, questions are raised as to a 20-year-old's eligibility,
There
right?
you go.
In terms of education, in terms of work experience, that I'm wondering, how could a 20-year-old be eligible for express entry? I mean, it could be possible, but if that particular 20-year-old is coming under express entry as a principal applicant, then they would need every requirement that is in place. So that would answer that. They would need the proof of funds.
Okay.
But still, I'm amazed at a 20-year-old.
But if they are coming as a dependent, then it wouldn't be necessary, would it?
If they're coming as a dependent, the principal applicant, which would be their parent, would have to show proof of funds for the entire family, whether they're coming or not.
Okay, great. So I think that answers that question. And Sharon is asking, if I have a dependent with me in Canada, would I need to provide any school documents to prove that she is currently in school here?
If the dependent is in Canada, you mean if the person is applying for express entry?
I am not sure, but that's all to the question. So I don't know, maybe Sharon, you could give us a little more information and we can answer that, or sorry, Shontel can answer that. But it seems she has a dependent with her in Canada, and she wants to know if she needs to provide any school documents to prove that she is currently in school here. So I don't know if that is a case of maybe online learning. I'm not sure.
I mean, if immigration requests it, they would have to show the proof. Like usually for a complete application, you make sure the aim before immigration is to make sure you submit a complete application without them having to ask for anything in addition. So that is what, I provide, a complete application. So I would say that if the person is in Canada and there is in school and they are in school and they are a dependent, it's best to show, what that person, has been doing here in Canada. So if they have been in school, if they have, a study permit, it's good to show immigration, that the person is here, and that the person is, studying or whatever activity they're doing.
Okay. Somebody else is asking, would I need a police certificate of character from Barbados if I've completed my studies in Canada in 2020 and the last certificate I had was in December 2017 that I used for my study permit in 2018? So they're saying I had a police certificate of character from Barbados in 2017 that I used for my study permit in 2018, and I was in Canada the whole time studying, and I just finished in 2020, but this is now 2021, and they're now applying. Do they need a police certificate of character from Barbados?
Yes, immigration is going to ask for their police certificates because the police certificates are only valid for 6 months to a year. So especially even though they have not returned, even though they may have not returned back home, they would still, it's best for permanent resident applications to get all the documentation that you need. Even if you had something that you used for previous application, it's best to get everything, fresh. So that person would not need police certificates for Canada, but they definitely would need police certificates for Barbados again. Yeah.
Okay, well, that was that. Okay, there's just one last question. What about the new program for international students released recently?
All right, we need okay,
so
we need to get to that. So
you can go on that because
yes.
everything else, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay, no problem. All right, thank you. Okay, so what we're going to look at now, just very, very, very briefly, is the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. So this program has 3 streams for eligibility, and it is employer driven. So one thing to note about this particular program is that the employers have to be designated. So when you're looking to go to the Atlantic immigration, the Atlantic provinces, and I talked about that a little bit last week, and I put some of the provinces there, like New Brunswick, Prince Edward Islands, Nova Scotia. When you're looking to go to these Atlantic provinces, you have to make sure that you find an employer that is designated. So on the IRCC website, which is like, I think the first couple slides on this particular presentation, on the actual IRCC website, which is www.canada.ca, there is information on every single province, and there's also information on the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. Here we have the different streams. So we have the graduate stream, we have the high skills stream, and we have the intermediate stream. Now the graduate stream is for mostly persons that basically have a degree that is stemming from the Atlantic provinces. In the high skills stream is about persons that basically have that Canadian education, and then they also worked in a high skill job, like the same 0, A and B skills. And then intermediate is more for persons with the C and D levels. But they basically worked in a job that is required high school and whatnot. So they have these 3 specific streams for these persons that basically have the work experience within the Atlantic provinces. Now, the graduate stream is more specific to persons that went to school in the Atlantic provinces, but the high skills stream and the intermediate stream is for persons that have work experience elsewhere. Now, in these streams, you could qualify for permanent residence within 1 year, around 1 year to 6 months. And within these streams as well, what happens is that you're able to, work as a temporary worker until your permanent residence is finalized. And you could also, your family members could be included in this application. So this particular Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program, is really good. The only drawback is that you can't just find any employer. It has to be an employer that is designated. So on the actual IRCC website, you have you have information on this Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. And even if you were to stick in Google, the designated employers under the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program, basically it would, take you to the provinces websites, and there on the provinces websites, you will see the different employers that are designated that are able to offer jobs. Now, one of the main things that make this program very attractive is that it is LMIA exempt. So these Atlantic provinces, they need workers, they need people to migrate there. So the government has lifted the requirement to get an LMIA. However, employers still have to advertise the position. So Canadians and permanent residents will always ultimately have the priority, but don't be discouraged. They're workers that, they actually need workers. So persons could definitely seek out this Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. And then we have the rural and northern immigration pilot program. And this is for rural areas in Canada, rural and northern areas in Canada. And as we see here on the left side, I have, the communities, the different communities that are actually piloting this program. And then we have the community websites on the next side with respect to each of these areas. So under this program, there is an educational requirement. There is a work experience requirement, but this, in terms of the job levels vary. So it's not just 0, A and B, like the Atlantic pilot program. It could stem into C and D, and, C and D job levels as well. So we have a variety of job levels. So for persons that, may not mind moving to different areas in Canada to qualify for permanent residence, you could, undertake you could undertake these programs to see if you would qualify, for permanent residence a little easier than, express entry if you don't meet the express entry criteria. Now we have a couple questions on the new policy for permanent residents, that the government has been, more than generous in introducing this new policy. So the new policy is about the pathway to permanent residence for 90,000 persons between international students and also workers. Now, this policy is new, but is also very temporary. So this is under the federal mandate. So it's a federal program, and it applies to persons outside the province of Quebec. Because remember, I said that Quebec ultimately has their own show. So, you know, it is nothing to do with Quebec. It's for persons that are residing outside of Quebec. So this particular pathway for permanent residency is going to be an online process. So I'm thinking that it's going to be very similar to express entry, but the government has not given us any detailed information with respect to the components of the application package as yet. They have only given us the eligibility criteria to get our feet wet and to get excited. So the program is going to be open from May 6, 2021 to November 5th, 2021, but each category has a cap. So between the different categories is around 90,000 applicants that the government, you know, is encouraging, you know, to basically get their permanent residence in Canada. So we're going to understand how significant this is because we basically went through express entry. So we've seen, you know, the regular routes for permanent residence, but this is just, you know, something that the government has come up with because of COVID. It is very temporary, and I don't think we will ever, you know, we're ever going to see it again. Now, in terms of the streams, we have the graduate stream, which is for graduates that have, you know, graduated from a recent Canadian post-secondary institution. So they have basically gotten a credential from a Canadian post-secondary institution. And then we have workers that have Canadian work experience in certain essential occupations. And then we have French speaking for both categories. So they have the category of graduates, which is international students and workers, and then we have the French speaking to those categories. So what we're going to go through is just the categories. We're not going to look at the French speaking categories because I think most of us are, you know, more on the English speaking side. Now, the graduate stream, which has a cap of 40,000, it is for individuals that have graduated from certain designated learning institutions no earlier than January 2017. So it means that anybody that has graduated in, you know, prior to January 2017, so December 2016 or in 2016 or 2015, they're not eligible for this program. It's only for persons that have graduated since January 2017 and beyond. Now, what I've found about the criteria, the eligibility criteria, is that the schools and the programs are similar to the programs for the eligibility for post-graduation work permits. So if you're at a school that would grant post-graduation work permits, you know, rest assured that your program is under this particular policy. So it's usually for public post-secondary schools such as colleges, trades, and technical schools or university, and private post-secondary school that operate under the same rules as public schools, and private schools that offer qualifying programs of 900 hours or longer, and then Canadian private schools that legally award degrees under provincial law. So basically schools that, Canadian private schools that have programs which lead to getting some kind of degree that is authorized by the province. Now, in terms of the program eligibility, because I know that a lot of people are anxious about this program, you know, but we have to be clear on the eligibility before we could, you know, get excited. So with respect to the eligibility, it stems around completing your studies at an eligible institution, as I said before. And, you know, it basically looks at the credential you're awarded and then the program duration. So for somebody that has gotten a degree or associates or bachelor's or master's, they're eligible if the program that they studied is at least 8 months, so 8 months or more. And then for somebody that have studied a diploma, a degree or certificate, or they have gotten some kind of attestation, it could be they're eligible if they study for any length of time, but only only studies that are leading to specific skilled trades, which is in the annex, which we're going to look at soon. So if you have a degree, diploma, or certificate that you basically study for 6 months or 4 months, you know, as long as it's leading in this occupation of skilled trades, that is the trades that are on this Annex A, then you would be qualifying. Anybody else that studied a program that is any length, right, and is not a degree, or is not is not a degree, it was not 8 months or more, they're usually not eligible. Now, one thing about the degree, certificate, and attestation for persons that basically have one or more degree or diploma, yes, they want programs that are at least 8 months, so 8 months or more, but you must have a combined length of 2 years. So if you did one program and you got a diploma, your program must be for the length of 2 years or more. And if you basically did two diplomas or two certificates, the combined length of those programs should be equivalent to 2 years. So for somebody that did a diploma, and the diploma is only for 1 year, they're not eligible under this program. So is for this particular program, they want persons that studied 8 months or more, and they want persons that are basically studied 8 months or more, and their studies are totaling 2 years, or if they basically studied for any length of time, their particular studies had to be leading to an occupation in a particular skilled trades. Now, for DVS and AVS programs, and for those of you who are wondering what DVS and AVS mean, is basically attestation of vocational specialization and diploma of vocational studies. So these are persons, again, in the trades that sometimes their studies are not coined by months or years, sometimes it's done by hours. So for somebody that is, in the trades under DVS or AVS, their studies had to be at least 900 hours in duration and a combined length of 1800. So what immigration is doing is that, yes, they are giving us the opportunity to apply under these programs, but they want persons that have studied for a longer length of time. So persons that have studied for 2 years are, definitely qualifying. And then if persons studied for any amount of for more than 8 months and less than 2 years, they must have gotten a degree, which is an associate degree, a bachelor's or master's. Now, in terms of the additional criteria, because the studies is not the only criteria to be eligible, in terms of your eligibility, you must have been authorized to study throughout your education in Canada, meaning that your studies had to have been backed up by an eligible study permit. And anytime that you did not have a study permit, you must have been on some kind of in-place status. So you were authorized by the government to study within that period. And you must be either employed in Canada with a valid work permit or authorized to work in Canada. So if you have a job in Canada and you're employed in Canada and you have a work permit, you're eligible. If you don't have a job, but you're authorized to work in Canada, as in if you have that post-graduation work permit, then you too are eligible, to apply for this particular program if your authorization is valid by the time you're applying for your permanent resident application is received. Okay, so self-employment does not make you eligible under this program unless you are a doctor that's working for that have a fee agreement with a particular health authority. Now, the language, because for economic programs, they will always talk about language. So the language, which is different to regular economic programs, attracting international students, the language is CLB5. So you have to obviously do the language test and get your language results in order to qualify under this program. And additional criteria is that each individual has to reside in Canada. So you must reside in Canada with valid temporary residence status or be eligible to restore your status in Canada. I think I explained restore your status last week. So it's either you have that valid status in Canada or you're eligible to restore your status, and you must be physically present in Canada at the time the application for permanent residence is received and when the application for permanent residence is approved. So this is the additional criteria. So is your studies, how long you studied, and then these individual criteria that have to be met, you know, in order to be eligible under that program. Now, the next category, well, in addition, you must intend to reside in a province or territory other than Quebec. So you must be residing elsewhere. You cannot be residing in Quebec because then you wouldn't be qualifying. And you must submit the application using the forms provided by IRCC and the eligibility criteria. So the forms are not valid, are not available as yet. Immigration is going to give us the information within, you know, the program is going to open May 6th is like next week. So we're looking, you know, to have more information soon. I'm hearing buzz that some information was updated today, but, you know, they're basically going to give us the information as the date gets closer. And this particular application is, you know, is an online application. So you will be submitting your permanent resident application online. Now, the foreign national, as we know, shouldn't be inadmissible. The foreign national, as we know, shouldn't be inadmissible, and you must prepare to submit any additional information, you know, requested by the officers throughout the process. Now, this is the Annex A. With the different occupations on the Annex A, as I said, for persons that studied for any length of time. And then for persons that have Canadian work experience, because this stream, you know, is inviting 50,000 persons that actually are working in Canada and have that Canadian work experience. And this is the worker stream. So they must have accumulated at least 1 year of full-time work experience or equivalent part-time. And the work experience has to be within 3 years before you apply for permanent residence. So it has to be very recent within those 3 years. You must be employed in Canada in any occupation at the time the application is received. So for this particular stream, you must be currently employed, and you know, you cannot combine work experience in Annex A and Annex B. I'll show you what is Annex A and Annex B on the next couple slides. And the employment has to be authorized. And, you know, self-employment does not count. And then the additional eligibility is very similar to what we looked at before with the students. The only difference is that instead of a CLB5, you need to get a CLB4 in language. But again, you must reside in Canada. You must be physically present in Canada. You have to submit the application online using the forms that they basically have given us. And the foreign national must not be inadmissible. And you must prepare to submit any additional information by the officers. And here we have the Annex A and Annex B occupations under this particular category. So here we see, you know, on the Annex A, you have the essential occupations that deal with health. And then Annex B is more to do with, you know, again, carpenters, bricklayers, cashiers, but all of these occupations in the Canadian government's opinion make up essential occupations. So for the worker stream, they're more focused on essential occupations. Okay, so take-home tips. So for take-home tips for us, you must always validate your information about migrating to Canada through the government website. Make sure you always provide all documentation requested by immigration. Always make sure you complete you submit a complete and accurate application, and you must avoid misrepresenting any facts on your permanent resident applications, because misrepresentation could lead to being banned for applying for being banned from applying for immigration for, you know, 3 to 5 years. So you must make sure that you know, always tell the truth on your immigration applications. Now, yeah, so we are at the end of our presentation. Any questions, Sonia?
Yeah,
Our counsel?
Yes, we have a few questions here. Not many. I think you did a fantastic job. One person asked, what do you mean by temporary worker until PR is granted? Can you break that down for me?
So a temporary worker until your PR is granted must mean that you have a work permit and you're a foreign national working in Canada authorized with a work permit. That is what we mean when we say temporary worker.
Useful. And someone say, yeah, you notice that you were talking a lot about the PR. What about persons who want to transition now to citizenship? from PR. Is that?
That is another seminar, another day.
Yeah, yeah.
But typically, persons applying for PR, persons that are permanent resident, qualify for citizenship within 3 years if they have remained physically present in Canada after obtaining the PR.
Right.
2 years for persons that were students, 2 years for persons that were students and workers prior to becoming a PR, and 3 years for persons that just came to Canada as a PR. So they usually qualify for citizenship within 3 years.
Next question here, for as you wind down. Person says, I'm not sure if we asked this already. Person said, my wife, who just completed her first semester online, and I have been approved to study and work in Canada, respectively.
Okay.
However, due to the closure of the borders due to COVID-19, we are now awaiting the reopening. Even though I have not secured a job as yet, do you see any unforeseen circumstances when arriving?
No, you mean, well, I guess the person means challenges, in terms of arriving. No, the borders are closed. Like I think I said last week, the borders are closed, but for persons that are approved for study permits and the schools have a readiness plan, a COVID-19 readiness plan, those persons are able to travel up to Canada. And then persons that have a work permit that would normally live in Canada, they could travel to Canada. So basically, I could see that if the school has a COVID-19 readiness plan, the family should be able to travel up to Canada. The government has given international students, I think, until December 31st, 2021, to get to Canada, if they're studying, if they're on a study permit.
And one other question here, the person says, for this new program, if you qualify for more than one, can you apply for both?
No.
If not, which one would you suggest applying for?
I would suggest apply for the one that you are most eligible for. So if you read the eligibility criteria and you are absolutely qualifying under, because this particular program is not a lottery. So there's a cap and it's open for a specific period of time. So the program is only open, until the cap is reached, or is open until November 5th, 2021 comes. So I would say, I would tell the person to choose the best one. I don't know which is the best one, but choose the best one, because if they're applying under the worker stream, they have to make sure that their work experience is eligible. So if they are eligible under the international student stream, I would go with that. If the school and everything fits the bill, they apply for one. You wouldn't apply for both.
All right, as you wrap down, we just have 2 questions. We are way over time, but we wanted to accommodate as many persons as possible.
Yeah.
Would spouses of students who qualify for this last program qualify as well?
Yes. I did not include the information on spouses and dependents like family members, because generally for permanent residents, if you're qualifying for any program for permanent residents, generally your family could apply for permanent residence as well. So once you're eligible for any permanent resident application, you always have the opportunity to include your dependents on that application. The only thing is, depending on what immigration process you're going through, you may have to show settlement funds for all of them, and everybody would have to be medically examined. But when you're applying for permanent residence, everybody can come.
Person asks, so try squeezing 2 last ones, really trying to accommodate everyone. Are you limited in movement across Canada for work if you go through the Atlantic program or the BC program, but a job presents itself somewhere else?
So if you're going through the Atlantic program and the BC program and you've completed the process and you've got your permanent residence is federal, meaning that under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, mobility is in there. You should be able to be mobile and be all over Canada. But because you have gotten your permanent residence through a particular province, you wouldn't want to jeopardize your intentions. So it's always good to stay in that particular place where you got your permanent residence for at least, a year, 6 months, 2 years, to show that you have intended to reside in that province. And then once you have, finished your 2 years, then you could go and you could move to any part of Canada, even Quebec.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Shontel, Chantel,
Sorry, Consul, before
Consul
you,
General?
before you go off, there's a question that somebody sent me privately, and they asked, are you familiar with more status? Someone came 1 year ago and obtained that status. Is it valid or helpful for pathway to Canada?
Sorry, what? Sorry, can you
Moore's
repeat the question?
status. They said, are you familiar with something called Moore's status?
Moore's status?
Yes, MOORS status. They said somebody came, MOORS status. Are you familiar with that?
No, never heard of it.
All right. Well, I guess that there's no need to go on then because you're not familiar with it.
Not familiar with it.
Okay.
You're gonna take me to Google? No, I'm not familiar. I'll look into that, but I've never come across it.
Okay, and Marquita is asking if we can update her when the new information about the program drops, and I'm sure Shontel will send us some information, or she will let us know when the new information is there on the website, and we will in turn send you an update and let you know you can check out the website for the new information. And the last thing somebody's asking, are early childhood educators on the list?
And this is for what? The temporary programs?
I'm assuming the very last thing that you spoke about in Annex A and B. Yeah, she says yes.
I did not see any early childhood educators. I've seen, I've seen counselors, I've seen professions in the healthcare, but I haven't seen early childhood educators. You could basically go on the website and look on the list for yourself. I couldn't include all, right? And I can't really recap all the different occupations that is on there, but you could check to see. I can't recall seeing it, but it may be there, because I think that is essential too in a certain way, right?
All right, for everybody who is still on, we will be sharing the slides with you. So if it was on there, you can have a better look at it. So yeah, we will share the slides with you. And Shontel, the person has said that this more status is referred to as a native status, and it was done through a company in Ottawa.
More status. Okay,
yes.
So native. So the person was asking what if the
they're asking if this is helpful for the pathway to residency. I guess they're just hearing something by the way, and they're not sure what it is about. So they're asking if that's helpful.
Well, the best way I can answer the reason why probably I haven't come across more status is because in Canada, First Nations persons are, pretty much Canadian citizens. Like they don't have something, they could opt to have Canadian citizenship and they could opt not to, but they have all the benefits of a Canadian citizen. So we don't have situations where persons in Canada that have registered Indian status is trying to get permanent residence. And if you are coming from somewhere else where you have, native status, the Canadian government, the immigration system will look at you like a regular foreign national. So they only made those concessions for persons that have Canadian native status. But for everybody else, they come as a regular foreign national, like everybody else, like anybody else. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there are a couple more questions, but I think we're really out of time. So sorry about that. We'll try to answer them online for them. Yeah. So Consul, I'm sorry, I hand over to you now.
Thank you very much, Consul General. Once again, Shontel, you've done a fantastic job. Very comprehensive, very insightful, very knowledgeable. Just want to, and someone messaged me, asked me if you're going to have part 3. So you are in demand. Unfortunately, we definitely will look at that. We are going to be sitting down and planning some things with Shontel to keep Barbadians up to date in terms of developments in the Canadian immigration process over time. So stay tuned for more information. But Shontel, I want to thank you for making yourself available to us. You, as I said last week, knowledge is power. The more knowledge we have about the immigration system, the more able we are as Barbadians to take advantage of all of the options and to get all the benefits that can accrue from the our knowledge. So I want to thank you once again, Shontel. And
thank you. You're welcome, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
And to all the participants who tuned in both last week and this week, thank you very much for taking the time out. You want me to share the information, pass it on. Shontel has made her contact information available here on the screen, so you can contact her in your own right and make your own personal arrangements with her as a business person. So Shontel, once again, thank you. Consul General, any last words?
No, I just actually want to thank Shontel very much as well, and to thank everybody for tuning in. For those who would have seen it come out on Facebook and other social media posts that would have invited others to register and take part in this, I think it was extremely informative. And we have many people saying that in the chat. Everybody's saying, thank you, Shontel. The information was great, excellent sessions, on and on and on. They're gushing, and I agree. It was excellent. And I thank you very much, Shontel. And like you said to others, I will have the information available, and I will send out an email with the link for those who would have registered.
While we're here, Consul General, you want to mention quickly about For the Love of BIM? You know that your special web.
Yes, well, I'm expecting that everybody on this, if they didn't know before, they will know now. There's a web series called for the, thank you, Consul. There's a web series called For the Love of BIM with the consulate producers, and it is geared at highlighting everything. We like to say everything Bajan Canadian and everything Canadian Bajan. So Barbadians who are here in Canada doing great things, or just generally about things happening in Canada, or maybe for the Bajans living in Canada, things that are happening in Barbados. And it is on YouTube. It's called For the Love of BIM, and like I said, it is Bajan dialect, so it is FUH, for the Love of BIM. And you can look it up on YouTube. You can get some information. There are lots of, extremely good features with various people here in Canada. And I am thinking that what I may do is, Shontel, I may actually put this part 1 and 2, I may actually put it on For the Love of BIM on the YouTube channel. I may actually put the two together or just separate and have it available. So people will be able to get a link to that, to this seminar. You'll be able to get a link for that because I'm recording it, and you will be able to get that link and have all of this information.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Yes, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And just before we close, just remember, if you're, as the Consul General said, if you're in Canada or you're traveling to Canada, the consulate is your home away from home for all Barbadians. So please free to contact us if you have any difficulties or any concerns, any issues at all. We're here to serve you. Once again, thank you very much. Good night and be safe.
Night, everybody. Be safe. And you'll get our contact information as well. You'll have that as well. Thank you. Good night. Thanks, Shontel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Thanks.